heart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. What percent beauty are more revealed with quality makeup products? There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quanyeton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty Macberry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh,
Macberry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Kolibu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana
Yes.
cedis.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860
Per session.
Yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolibu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amounts of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. During COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, and then it is dispatched to you, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They'll give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites.
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before, because now I for start dating work.
Now Ghana for start
dating work. Now Ghana for Nigeria, now Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do, like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis. I will use it to change to
1,000 naira. Thank you.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, they do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I will see that giveaway. So that giveaway I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. I will your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering. Okay, Ghanaians naturally we are gullible. Okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things. And also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realize that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you. And if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that you chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had the news of being born, but we go on more. We go be born now. If we be na Aba, we be na all the Kaswa di na Abesesa. But the year we had the Bolivia any year. In a house so no do plan a minimum. So do want to plan no be home.
I've been for Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside,
that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa who wants to okronupa. They won't who club nipa be say 50 and I say there was a time me point ma me ba say ipie kwan ne ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho na aya ho kwan na no mu yi wom e wo second bus stop on ubisa ho say ah we omo kwan ade be chi no yesi we yesi ka so ade be chi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka yetna ha but e kura ahoto emfan say eniema ekoso ntemtem e kuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no ema sadly nipa kon no so mbeba abetuna kuro. Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system, and we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children, the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict they get if they stand in a courtroom. But have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work. This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, that my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you say? 'Cause? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say?
At first, it was not what they told me that I started saying. At first, they told me that it was a company. At first, it told me that it was a company. At first, it told me that it was a company. At first, it told me that it was a company. At first, it told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in the house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind, and I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claimed so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is, so, and anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. I just no. I call the see they give me work. First maybe say me I learn the work self. You know we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend me get I learn the work now. Me I will see the way the out bless. He call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter your home?
Yes. We see everywhere.
We bless.
Me bless. Me Yahoo bless. Because say me see try it if I feel see it. Me theater.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call it do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin, he call it pay me. Very soon we call cast. You know, call it pay again. You know, let me want call it do. I call it rent herself. When that my friend don't leave me, say, since I don't, he don't try for me, don't come out. Because he may only me want to do. Money not be coin again. That my friend, my sister, friend, call tell my sister, say, in get person, me dey Ghana, yeah. They look for boy. What I be will go. And call tell her say, okay, I will go. Which work is the work? Because say no, but you go give me number, make me return. I got to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana here in number. You understand what I say? Go give me number, we call talk. Say see work me they do channel work. Now cause I never do channel work before. Now dating work. Now yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause say okay, man, no worry. Say this one soon I just knew all day. Whether I know what to be QQ, WeChat. That's why I don't know that before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As you carry me when I go his house, he help me go for his house. Yeah, he told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have 12 months I break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go say okay, I say I'll fit one. Me I don't the work and the work. Don't use 1 month, 2 months. Money no the come. I go tell me say you know the collect money. Boys may call me for there. They never see collect money. About 5 boys may call me for there.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number. They don't wanted to help me before. So as the 9 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp. So they go through my texting, like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 9 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, they asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day. But he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe, and I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent apartments for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we were going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. He said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night. But the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit before the place is East Legan. East Legan. It's an estate where big people stay. So when we get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act. And what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance, and he evade the immigration, before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord do due diligence, make sure you do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having an issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. I never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to explain. So I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out. Like, give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like. So this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly. Even injured the boy hands and the faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work.
I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. Yeah, that's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, and my chairman, he had to punish me because of that. They will lie you down, flog you very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machetes, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are, there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
We don't did there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. If friend me get office like other boys they collect money. All those go they put on body see. All those boys, you know, they before you know they touch us. So when that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, maybe we walk. From then and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys we all pack their con, we all be like three con join. We also use all of them. We also say aspirin. We also finish us. Like be aspirin like finishing. You also finish us. They all finish us. Also maybe because they work. How you cause me?
Aspirin at the beating.
Na the beating. The
okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah. Na beating. We all come. We all give us all of us aspirin. We all beat to we all do.
Isn't it take beating now?
Also like wire. This all boy wire. That's strong wire. This TV wire. So and they repeat us. Even chairman will have that small bottle. That one, but when we are there, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass. That's small axe. You have to say. That's why.
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, they will end in the evening, 5. They will come outside from the office. They know we'll be cooking, we'll be washing, we'll be sleeping. Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before they will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, they will eat again. They will not even have time to rest. Then we'll go up again to start coming online again to chat or to start looking for who to talk to. That is how they were running their personal entanglement in the office. And it was very stressful.
Chairman brother, he's not good. He's not a good person.
Okay.
He's very, very God. He's very, very wicked to the extent that he doesn't give boys at the office food. Before you eat 2 days, 3 days, still yet you will be doing your morning duty and also working.
Why do they choose to relocate to Ghana to commit this crime, you may ask?
Because me not call the girl money to the bear, so we get the girl this one. Because if I already there, also Ghana, they know the season light, steady light, the steady sub, the network, they very good. I take on.
They can't carry Ghanaians now. Like, they know it's just we in Nigeria. They carry us here to work based on the free electricity. Everything is current here. So they tell us to come and work here so that the work will be faster here. Because everything we need is being provided here already in Ghana. So that is how they brought us from Nigeria to here to work.
Unable to withstand the harsh conditions any longer, they each planned their escape, uncertain of what the outcome might be.
They had a fight in the office and they bust his head and also used machete to butcher his face here. From this place to this place. The thing now looks like he has 2 mouths. So some people that the guy was nice to had to pick call, as in had to pick phone, snap the picture of the guy's face when he was lying on the floor and call chairman that he should come to us, he should come online on WhatsApp. Let them show him something. When he came online, they forwarded the pictures to him. He saw it. He got very, very upset. And he said that everybody at the office should leave the office, else he's going to put everyone in jail, as in give everybody that is inside our office to police. So some people, not some people, people like me, I had to look for my way on time. But I didn't look for my way that particular minute. I waited till next day. And that next day was the day that police people came to the office. They arrested 28 boys in the office. They took 28 boys with them. So the rest of the boys had to fly fence and run for their lives. Not just that they arrested them, they were beating them with stick. They broke some of them, their heads here. Yes, beating them. So that's it. Me, I escaped through fence. So I jumped fence. I had to run for my life. I don't have to wait till till the police will put handcuffs on my hands before I will know that I had to leave on my way. So that's how I escaped.
Call lock the door, call go short. And we call say okay, I will cut it down. Call follow again 1 mile, made the day up of silly. That up of silly, so now we got to follow the mile. As we follow the man, we call go inside silly. We look everywhere. Now we call the break all those blocks. Made the set all those edge. Call the break and come on. Before coffee break and after we break and come on. That under so the PVC may say do one. Now we call cotton. Call his knife tear and we call come outside. And we take come outside. As we come outside, now we look everywhere. Nobody because we want Ghana road. And that Ghana road, I can show a circle for you.
So when I come to the parlor, they lock the front door. So I checked the back door, it was open. I say, wow, thank God. So I climb upstairs so that they will see me for the last time, so that they will not notice my movement. So when I come down, I met phone, I met laptop. I wanted to steal it so that when I get to Seco, I will sell it. But anything stealing, I'm not in part of it. It's a bad name, I don't like it. So I don't want anything I will get involved with. I came to this place to steal phone. Because definitely I know one day we'll meet in Nigeria. So I just leave their properties and I left. Though when I get to the back door, there was protector everywhere and cameras everywhere. So I made up my mind, so I jumped to the other apartment. So when I get to the gate, then I notice the gate, you need to use a key to open it before you open. You don't have those drawers like you.
The mortuary has to be prepayment. Because they make more money in the mortuary than anywhere in the hospital. Ashanti regime mortuary or Great Accra regime mortuary. We put dead bodies in fridges for a very, very long time. And it's never been free. So if you look at one of the businesses people are doing, they are mortuaries. They are putting on mortuaries. Every government hospital, private person will come and say, can I come and put a mortuary here? Because, Charlie, we want to bury our
our dead with face coat and everything, so they need to be refrigerated. So ECG, in order to account for electricity it puts in an area, is doing what we call boundary metering, right? So that they know that if a boundary is, say, within a region, they know that in the region called Ashanti, they brought, say, 1,000 megawatts of energy. That 1,000 should equate to a certain amount of money, and that they are following up to see why are they not collecting that money. If they can account for the 1,000, ECG will be fair and right. All my agencies are fighting. Okay. The big agencies I have are fighting with ECG because they all want money. So everybody should contribute to ECG being able to collect more money and reduce the ability of losing it through technical losses. So they finished 9 operational regions. They have started with the district metering, and they are thinking of how to deploy 16,000 distribution transformers. Because when you are in the rural area and don't have light, it's one thing. But when you are in the urban area and your light is coming it's another thing. So in certain parts of Accra, it's just because the lines are congested, the transformers are overloaded, and so it's doing cuts out in various areas. Like I mentioned, lots of areas in Accra that is over-congested, and in Kumasi, especially the business areas. And we are trying to improve the capacity of the transformers there to be able to serve Ghanaians better. So I've talked about we do the revenue task force. We have been able, through the little that ECG have done, because we expect them to do more, to improve the revenue collections from in a month from 480 million to 1.1 billion. As soon as my agencies here, everybody writes a letter. Pay me. And one of my agencies here is here. He's writing, because I know that today he will write to me that ECG owes me. And I mean, GMPC, ECG owes you a lot, right? Yeah. So when you hear them praising themselves for 1.1 billion, you want it to reflect in your accounts. So, but there's a lot that ECG has to do to make the system even better. Through the use of the app, like I said, we are collecting record amounts. Ghanaians are willing to pay, especially if you give them the correct service. I don't know, Ghana is one of the few countries that people will go and queue for, come and put their prepayment meter in my house. Actually, people are paying bribes to get prepayment meters. And yet still we cannot provide enough prepayment meters. And prepayment meter means the person has even paid before using. I don't know the business model that nobody will love like that. So ECG must improve on its things. And they are doing very, very well, going digital, using app, going from house to house. They even sometimes send the minister wearing a reflective jacket to people's offices, especially the recalcitrant customers. Then they show my nose and my face. But it is in the work and in the interest of Ghanaians, because ECG is a key thing in the value chain of power system in this country, that if we don't all work together to improve ECG, we should forget. We will start losing power, not because it's just because ECG can collect. It can pay its upstream customers, and we are short in that sense. So we should all help ECG. And we are helping ECG improve their, like I said, going through what we had with them with the revenue task force and loss reduction strategies. They need meters like crazy. I think I heard ECG say that they are short of about 1.5 million meters. People who are not metered alone are hovering around that figure. And those who have been on meters that have also gone their sell by, they've expired and they are using it. I don't know how the energy goes through. But there are lots of parts of this country where most of the meters don't work. They are supposed to provide energy and record, but I'm not sure what they do. So they are now deploying meter management systems on smart meters, so that either remotely they can actually tell how much you are consuming. They have even tried in collection bring a flat rate that if they don't connect you, every month pay 400. That is a difficult one that I don't understand, how they are able to do that. Because once the person puts his name, maybe, but They are doing everything to collect as much as they can for the energy that they distribute. And interestingly, Ghanaians are also participating. This flat rate metering is bringing hundreds of thousands of people onto the ECG system who have never been on ECG system. They don't have meters, but they've assessed that 1 month maybe you pay 400 cedis. And people are willing to pay because people don't want the electricity for free because they know it is not for free. It's up to ECG to build them correctly, and Ghanaians would pay. We've done a lot, we've completed a lot of distribution transformer systems and supply stations in Legon, in Konfanoche, in the military hospitals and the hospitals generally that we are building. You cannot build a hospital and not put a transformer or a substation there, depending on the size of the hospital. And when you look at the agenda, 111 government is rolling out, it will need a lot of transformers and a lot of generating station, substations to enable them to function effectively. ECG sister company Netco. We are also constructing more substations in Sunyani, Techiman, and Wa, switching stations, and improving the remote digital footprints of Netco system. Netco, even though it's small, even though it's bleeding, even though it's on the only VRE keeps Netco where it is, it also covers the largest part of the country. So Netco is really suffering, and the reform agenda that Cabinet has approved might mean we have to link Netco and ECG to have one distributor in the country so that they can support each other and roll out better distribution systems in the country. So even though Netco is bleeding, a huge number of houses in Netco areas were not paying electricity. So we went there, and I was hosted by Diana. It was a lovely ceremony. I enjoyed the Diana ceremony than the revenue tax force I went to inaugurate, because that was full of phrases. If you go and do a revenue tax force, people look at you double. Like I said, we've done well. That is the Yana, the overlord of Dabo, when we went there. And we went to Yendi to switch on lights. We have extended electricity to lots of parts of the north, and we are still doing it. I think that we have an aim, a mission, a vision in this country to put electricity in every part of the country. And we were in Yendi to do that. My smoke, I want a new one. I want the new ones with different colors. So, Fatih, give me different. Next slide. You see what we are doing with our electricity access rate. I think we are, 88.85, not 88.85. And our goal under the SDG and our climate agenda is to get to at least 90 by 2030. Ghana is doing well. 90 by 2030. That is what we set for ourselves. But we do want that by His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo to exit. We should have hit the 90. MPP government delivers and delivers very well. So, Doom CSA, like I said, we've gone past Doom CSA. We are at Insio Chokra and Kanya. So you have to find a better term. We've gone past Doom CSA. We are still working on the systems, like I've said and I've acknowledged. But the reliability of the electricity that we are enjoying has never happened in the history of this country. So the generators would continue to refurbish and maintain. I just realized yesterday when I was being educated that the retrofitting of VRE machines in Akosombo and Pong alone has extended the longevity of the plant for another 30 years, right? And putting new turbines and making it better even generates a little bit more of better electricity. Let's start for VRE. It's doing very, very. The power plants, we have a certain committee as we speak. They are in Akosombo. They are in Akosombo planning, because different IPPs have different maintenance schedules, and because we are producing the demand and supply is on edge, right? We are even demanding more than we can generate or supply now. So we set up a committee with all the players in there to tell us when they want to maintain, so that government can make arrangements, and if we have to procure liquid fuel, we can see the lag time and procure it so that we don't get massive disruptions, right? We've had a private sector industry player developing a huge refinery just next to the nation's refinery in Tema, right? The last bit they want to do is to connect to the West Africa gas pipeline for gas. They've written that they want to do is this coming Sunday. And it might mean that they have to shut gas for that period they want to do it. So if we are going to do that, if we have the resources, we have to buy liquid fuel so that we could give it to those plants that are dual-fired to be able to. But we are working with them so that it will lead to very minimal interruptions to the Ghanaian citizenry comes up. But when they do it, we also get the benefits of a refinery in-country, refining petroleum products, decreasing the pressure on the foreign reserves or the dollar, and it all goes to help Ghanaians. And the many more Ghanaians also get employment. So sitting in the Ministry of Energy, we have to balance and make sure that whatever we do incrementally helps deliver a better, reliable, more efficient, affordable system to the Ghanaians. So we are going to support both private and public to deliver. So, see the lovely cars. We are at the Petroleum downstream. Perry is here. They have been charged to look and ensure that the quality and the quantity of petrol that we buy are just right, at a price Ghanaians can afford. In the history of this country, petrol is only at the Danko Akufo-Addo's government is when petroleum prices hit 22 cedis plus and has come down to as low as 13 cedis and below. It's never happened. Because we all heard the trade and industry minister pleading with traders to reduce prices. Yesterday, I was told that the bag of maize, the price has halved from 600 to 300 cedis. But the size of KK and the price of KK has not halved. And that is private sector, so we can't dictate the price. But in the petroleum sector, thanks to the good work MPA is doing, when we introduced gold for oil, we reduced the burden on our foreign exchange, and then we were able to determine and regulate the prices better for Ghanaians. And that is why we vote for governments, to solve our problems. So the burden of high petroleum prices, the burden of an affordable petrol price, the burden of reliable petrol when you go to the gas station is such that we have to thank MPA for doing fantastic work. Because whereas in the last 2 years, 3 years, even European countries short petrol and there were queues and prices went all over the place, we in Ghana didn't suffer that. And even when we started suffering it, we could introduce policy. And that is the purpose of a government, to introduce policy that benefits everybody, for everybody and not the few. So the work of MPA has a direct bearing on trotro price, haulage trucks, STC, aeroplane, and fisherfolk. Because fisherfolk use petrol. And we subsidize petrol to about 50 or 60% subsidy since 2016. Actually, it's come down because now getting this things for doing premix is more difficult. So we moved from 22.7 Ghana cedis per liter to low as almost half, 13 cedis around this time. Sometimes people forget that when it got to that stage, people were even planning demonstrations to the Ministry of Energy. But now that it has halved, people are enjoying it forgetfully. That is the work of some people that has allowed us to do what we are doing. What are some of the things we have done to ensure availability of petroleum products? First, when it started going up, when it started creeping, we realized that we have to speak to Bank of Ghana to make dollars available at a certain rate, because the MP was at that time using what we call the forward pricing. And the forward pricing, the worst thing about the forward pricing is what it ensured reliability of the fuel, because if you don't allow them forward pricing, they're not going to bring the product. But it meant that if they brought the product in at $10 a liter, they don't sell it at 11, added their profit 1. They sell it at 13. Because by the time they sell and collect, they don't think the economy would have been stable enough that they will get the dollar at 10 cedis to $1. So that is what is called foreign prices. So it made us feel the pressure even more. And it made Bank of Ghana about $400 million that was needed every month. Huge pressure, because at that time, a double whammy had come. We had just gone into IMF as well. So we worked with Bank of Ghana, and it did sustain the system for a few months. And then we got into crisis again, and that's when we introduced the gold for oil that ensured the drastic reduction in prices that we have had in this country. So we're working with everybody, the private sector, the public sector. The Bust and Go are the main bodies that are bringing the gold for oil and supplying through BDCs to every Ghanaian living in Ghana. We've also allowed some of the international oil traders to have a space in Ghana, to have a tank that belongs to them, to be able to come and put the fuel not on the high seas, but in the country, and have title to those fuel, not at any tax-free system. So some have come, some have applied, and we renew the application every year, except to say these international oil traders cannot sell directly into the Ghanaian market. They have to go through the BDCs. If you allow them to sell directly through the Ghanaian market, all the BDCs will collapse. And lots of Ghanaians will be put out of jobs. This is a government that is creating more access to jobs, not depriving us of jobs. We've shown how automotive gas oil price has decreased over the period. What are we also doing? As we speak, on the floor of Parliament now, from here, we are all going, some of us are going back to Parliament. We have amended the MPA Act to ensure that Ghanaian content and local participation that I said is in the Act, so that they can say, look, tell us, do we need foreigners to now come and own petrol filling stations? Do we need foreigners to come and haul petrol from Accra to Bupe? Some of these industries we have to domesticate, if Mr. Domestication of blessed memories around. And domestication is what we mean by local content or Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation. Some areas in the downstream should not be left to foreigners. Those who are here, we pray they stay, but more Ghanaians should participate. So MPA from here, we are going there. We have also acquired the land for Petroleum Hub to bring in more refineries and petrochemical industries in some parts in the western region. We also decided for the fisher folk, because the subsidy in the premix had gone up as high as 84–85%, and it's becoming unbearable. Government could not pay, so if you don't pay the people who are supplying the premix, they were also not delivering. It's simple. So we are working with the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture and ensuring that the prices will go low a bit. And that is why we introduced condensate as part of the premix admixture to bring the prices, the subsidy down to where it is. Also, one of our climate goals, one of the Ghana goals here, is to ensure that by 2030, LPG for cooking and LPG for domestic and LPG for commercial use, we hit a rate of about 50%. So we are introducing LPG, cook stoves, LPG, a lot of things. Even most cars now, the taxi drivers have converted it themselves, but we all want to make sure that the commercial vehicles can use compressed natural gas or use LPG as they use, and also make sure that LPG is everywhere. If you know how to cook, and we give you LPG stove or firewood that you have to go and look for yourself, I think everybody will choose LPG. But we have to work such that we can produce the LPG at the way that traditionally our mothers go and buy charcoal. They don't buy bags of charcoal for home because, one, they don't have refrigerators in their houses to even cook and store. So we cook and eat, fast food. That is the average Ghanaian, we cook and eat, right? So if we are going to introduce LPG, it should be such that they will be able to cook and eat. So MPA is working with the introduction of the CRM, which they launched and quickly doing, rolling out, that people might not have to, if you want LPG for starters, it will be exchanged. So there will be, instead of the aboboyas carrying human beings, the aboboyas can be turned into commercial vehicles that will distribute LPG amongst houses. So when it's empty, they come to you, they repeat. And we are even trying to introduce technology where you may not have to pay, right? When you are coming to use, you punch card. The Ghanaians know how to use these mobile for payment. I didn't know that there were so many businesses registered on mobile phones. So I was wondering, if somebody calls you at this business. So I didn't know, because when you receive Momo on a business thing, you don't pay your 1% levy. So because of 1% levy, every Ghanaian has become a businessman on the mobile phone. So that when you transfer, they don't have to pay the 1% levy. It's good. It's good. If it will lead to GRA raising more money, let's find a way of all the businesses of mobile phones paying 1%, not the levy. So you can shift it, right? Because now Ghanaians own a lot of businesses. So the cylinder recirculation model, that has been on the drawing board for a long time. MPA has done a lot of work with the industry to be able to roll it out. I did say that we want to increase our petroleum resources, and I've said so. And what have we achieved? We have achieved a new 30,000 barrels per day that we haven't done in the country for a very long time. The president went to commission the new Jubilee Southeast that comes to the work done by PC and GMPC. I think we should clap for them, right? Nanado was accused that he hasn't added a drop. Nanado was accused that he didn't add a drop. Not only have we answered them with the 30,000 barrels, historically they added zero. When it's accountability, we'll talk about that. We are not afraid. We'll talk about that. We have the record. Also, we did acquire 7% more of somebody who was selling out of his participation interest in one of our fields. And GMPC is husbanding that money and using it to improve the activities of Ghana, Ghanaians, and themselves. So we continue, especially in the line of energy transition, to want to give out more acreages for people to come and exploit. So what have we done? Instead of protracted negotiations, we are turning all the PEs into templates, in the sense that model PEs that Parliament would approve very soon. So when you come, it's like shading the lotto or scratch card. As soon as you scratch, then you put the percentage. So GMPC, you know, it's 10% or 50%, I don't know. If you scratch, it comes. So the physicals are known, so that we don't waste our time negotiating. If it's financial stability, it is there. You will see it. You tick, you go. If it's decommissioning, it is there. It is in the regulation. It's not now that you are going to Poku Dankwe's office or Egbert Fable's house or something. No, it's all transparently displayed. So that, and you are doing one for the ultra deep, one for the deep, and one for the shallow water. I think PC has done that work, and I think it's with the Attorney General going through, so that that legislation too, we will pass that legislation before His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo leaves office. So we are doing a lot of work in that, to make sure that people come and they don't have to come and see me in my house or anywhere. You see, Philly Kadochi, what you see is what you get, right? GMPC has done a lot of work in the Voltairean Basin. 2 areas that oil were found in this country first were all of the land. I think in 1896, somewhere in Axim, Western region. And in 1966, somewhere in the Oti area. But our commercial finds have always been on the sea. So as we speak, Petroleum Commission is coming out with the terms and physicals for when we find oil on the land. Surely it is coming. The activities of GMPC in the Voltairean Basin and private individuals in other parts of the country are all looking very, 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 very positive. But the game will change if we start exploiting oil on land. The game will change. It will be a different ball game. Because the chiefs who see that you are flaring or firing will come for their royalties. So we've thanked Petroleum Commission to come up with something that will also improve Ghanaian participating in onshore, on land. Okay, so I should stop so that we can do the Q&A. Okay. They say I should stop. So like I said, we are working hard to increase our reserves, and we will continue to do that. I'm told that only the 7% we acquired has accrued almost $300 million over the year that they started collecting. But the $300 million is not all for central government or for GNPC, because they use some in paying their contributions as it comes. So GNPC is doing well in that direction, and we want to even acquire more. The Peckham field has also been taken over, and I know that as we speak, they are in the market looking for FPSOs and rigs to start drilling. And I'm sure GNPC is smiling. The first time you have smiled today, you are going to get more money out of the Peckham field. You see, when we started commercially exploiting crude or oil, we said that there should be no flaring. Ghana has its environmental standards long before some of the noises that we are hearing around the world. We said no flaring. That was the policy. That is why government forced the Jubilee partners to develop the Atuabo plant even before they start exporting. It delayed. So there was a need to allow them to flare. But we are going back to no flaring. And Jubilee Field has promised us that between this year and next year, 10 and Jubilee, they'll have no flaring. So we are working. No flaring means that we get more of our gas resources to help power the electricity sector. Last year, and very soon we are going to COP. Last year, we did a COP at Sharm el-Sheikh, and that is where Ghana is one of the few countries in Africa that has been able to launch an energy transition plan. Our plan is simple, that if nobody brings us money, we still have to go through the transition systems. Because for health and other reasons, it's in our interest to do it. And we felt that we can go through our transition and transit by 2070 with no help from nobody. Because if you don't plan it that way, from 2015, when they promised $100 billion per year, nothing has come. So if you sit and wait, watchful waiting does not help in the polluter pays who has invented that principle. So we've done that. And we did it, and we worked with SC for All, Sustainable Energy for All, a UN agency, to improve our transition plan and make sure that we could go to the market also to look for money. So where the money comes, we can bonus and we can fast track a lot of things that we are doing. So we launched it last year. And in this year at UN General Assembly, and very soon at COP, the President will launch the Energy Transition Investment Plan as well, so that anybody can see what we intend to do and also support those who support all these green funds and climate funds and loss and damage funds. We are already prepared to exploit that. I'm sure the last bit I want to say is one of the things that everybody, it affects you every day, is all human beings must eat. Everybody must eat every day. Even if you fast, you break and you eat. And water is part of food, so don't get me wrong and say you only drink water. The nutritionists tell us water is part of food, vitamins are part of food. So everybody eats. And that is one of the biggest polluters we have found. Poor cooking systems, using firewoods and charcoals, and it causing, we are eroding, we are cutting all our trees. And interestingly in Ghana, we get our charcoal from where there are not enough trees. Fatih? Yeah, you get it. There are no trees there, but they are cutting the little that is there. So government working through the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources is doing a lot of afforestation products. But the Ministry of Energy is also supporting that through improved cook stoves that burn more efficiently and does things far better. So the LPG and improved cook stoves what the Ministry of Energy is trying to deploy. And so far, we have deployed over 500,000 cook stoves into the system. And we have signed MOUs with other agencies that want to support us with more cook stoves. We have 1.5 million MOUs signed for 1.5 million improved cook stoves. And to use the cook stove in the student's kitchen is better than putting the firewood, with my experience. The last bit, two things that are happening, is that last year, the Energy Commission, working with the ministry and other agency players, came up with the standards for using the chargers that we use for electric vehicles. And this year in COP 28, the Transport Ministry would unveil Ghana's electric vehicle policy. That electric vehicle policy, we want even the public sector to take more on the best. Already, Ghanaian truck drivers and taxi drivers have started the revolution of using gas. And I went for a demonstration in Movenpick last year, and I was surprised that currently there are 17,000 electric vehicles in this country. 17,000. Ghanaians are found, they've gone, because it makes economic sense with some of these fleet operators who used FM bus to transport workers in Tema, Accra, and things to industry. I sat in one, and I said, why did you do it? He said, Minister, I was paying over 5,000 cedis a month for fuel because I was shuttling workers everywhere. And when I started using my first electric vehicle, it was costing me 300 cedis. So what did he do? He imported 18 more, and I'm sure by now he has imported 50. You cannot compete on that scale with anybody, right? So Ghanaians are bringing it. I've seen Teslas in Accra. I sat in the okay. And when you are a car, you fancy cars and you observe, you go on the net and see. Most of the cars that are coming out are now EV vehicles. You see Mercedes 300, Mercedes 500. And I said, wow, I can drive 500 kilometers before I charge. That means I can go to Kumasi. When I'm running away, it's Kumasi I'm going. I mean, so I can go. So we are promoting EV. And I'm sure in the budget we'll hear more from government about how we are promoting EV. We don't want to pollute, because those of us who suffer from asthma, sometimes when I was a kid and I was sitting in a truck going from home to school, right? You go and follow behind the car and the exhaust fuse, then my asthma kicks in. Poor me. We don't want that. We want our children to go to school safe and breathe good air. Government, I think government should make sure that we promote EV vehicles more and punish diesel cars and cars. So government should bring in the incentives. And I can announce to you that we are in a market looking for our first nuclear power plant. And we've gone to the site. The vendors have come. I didn't know that when somebody was courting you, it was the best time of your life. But I'm being courted by everybody because everybody wants to build Ghana's first nuclear power plant. The Chinese, the French, the Americans, the Russians are all hovering around. I'm spoiled for choice, you see. And so my sisters have been enjoying something they've not been telling us for a very, very, very long time. But you know my biggest fear? The partnership of a nuclear power plant lasts longer than marriage. And that one, you can't exercise the right to live. It's a partnership for life. Because the average lifespan of a nuclear power plant is 60 years. And when you maintain it, all right, you add another 40 years. In fact, all nuclear power plants that were started, except those that were decommissioned because people were afraid, they are all in existence. And the current generation of nuclear power plants are fantastic. It is the safest form of energy we have seen in life. And it gives us better base load even than Akosobu. Because Akosobu, if the climate changes, it changes. There was a time we were praying for water into Akosombo. Now the water is running over. Right? But a nuclear power plant gives you stable electricity at an affordable price. So we should part of the government, and all governments, I must say, from Kwame Nkrumah to today, have all pushed the agenda of a nuclear power plant. Ghana is one of the most prepared countries in Africa for a nuclear power plant. There are only 2 countries in Africa, Egypt and South Africa. Surely, they are not popularizing it because it was not Ghana that started. If it was Ghana, like every African country will have a nuclear power plant. If we want to achieve our sustainable development goals, our climate goals, the best energy source to decarbonize the environment is nuclear power plant. And sure, Ghana will be one of the participant countries. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Honorable Minister. The presentation has been so interesting. I was thinking, if Minister is my lecturer, why will I miss class? The insights, the breakdown, the humor, and everything was just masterfully delivered. Thank you once again. But there is something very profound that Honorable Minister said that I'm taking with me. I even had to quote it. And I quote, he says, as you send energy everywhere, you increase productivity everywhere, which leads to prosperity for all. The clarity of vision and direction to get every Ghanaian home electricity, every Ghanaian business electricity is so admirable. And we can only encourage you to keep it up. There's been so many interesting things that Minister has given us today, and I cannot even belabor the point. But also to add my voice to the call that the energy generation part, they are doing so much in terms of maintenance, in terms of renewable energy, in terms of power distribution, they are doing so much as well to cut technical losses, to cut commercial losses. But on our part, we can only commit to pay our bills and refrain from illegal connections, so that as they are addressing issues of transmission losses, as they are addressing other issues that will help us keep the lights on, we do our part as patriotic citizens to make sure we always keep the lights on. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge all the TV stations and radio stations that are picking this press briefing live. If you joined us from the comfort of your homes or offices, we are live on GTV, Metro TV, City TV, Asempar FM, Adum TV, Movement TV, Kesben TV, ABC News GH, and streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question for Honorable Minister and his team, you can show by hand. We will take one round because we may not have much time. But 5 questions for this round. You mention your name and affiliation and then proceed to ask your question. Okay, I can see Call's hand. I can see Musa. Okay, and the third. Okay. And Nana. Okay. Okay, sure.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. My name is Akko Moses, a reporter for Bloomberg. Honorable, with 3 oil fields, which are producing...
Kindly speak up.
Okay. With 3 oil fields that are also producing gas, how far have we come with utilization of our gas resource? And are you happy with what we've been able to do so far with that? My second query has to do with the Acre Energy Project. Where are we with it? And is it really going to happen? And is the Tama LNG also going to happen? It looks like it's stalled a bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. Yes. Okay.
Okay, Honorable Minister, thank you for your presentation. I am
glad
that you mentioned...
Please.
Sorry, Esther, Metro TV. I'm glad you mentioned boundary metering, right? As a journalist, I want you to explain to me in layman's terms, because I think one of the problems we seem to face is a bit of misinformation. Now, I've had a lot of people say that the new meters, so people move, people are renting houses, apartments, and all of that, and they're experiencing that the new meters consume way too much. Some people, when you meet 5 people having a discussion, they say, oh, ECG for angasa etiti omo kano mode no mo titifem. And some people also say so many things that is from the ECG official. So I want you to explain in layman terms why that is the case, why the huge gap in consumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther.
Daniel Sakite from City TV, City FM. Honorable Minister, my first question has to do with the recent power outages that has been happening across parts of the country. On October 26th, Gridco released a statement blaming it on limited gas supply, which resulted in 550 megawatts supply gap affecting the power supply. I want to find out from Honorable Minister if we are witnessing the resurgence of doomsday and what the ministry is doing to address such concerns. My second question is on independent power producers. In June this year, we saw the independent power producers raise concerns about debt owed them, a tune of $1.73 billion, and they were threatening to shut down their plant. So I want to find out, at present, have we met the debt obligations to them, and what has been the arrangement so far to clear the debt? Then secondly...
please, can we stick to 2 questions so that your colleagues will also get the opportunity to ask this? Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa Lansa with GH1 TV. One of the biggest concerns I have has to do with the structural integrity of the Volta River Authority. That's the Akosombo Dam. I have traveled across the 16 regions. I've taken note of one disturbing development. Most of the sources of the Volta River are silted from the Kubori River to the Bupe River. They all have large deposits of sand in them. And for me, with a science background, I think that is one of the reasons we have the Akosombo Dam having problems with water contention. As a ministry, what are you doing in collaboration with the various assemblies where the Volta River passes through to make sure we desealed the water bodies we have, so that next year we will not have the Volta River Authority do the control spillage again? Secondly, you mentioned that most of the power producing plants are now on gas, or all of them. What went into the decision to move them from the fuel, the liquid fuel, to gas, so that, and how sustainable is this?
With the West Africa gas pipeline always threatening to take out services if we are not able to meet obligations. Thank you.
Okay, last question to Nana Poku. Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, Honorable Minister. I have 2 questions for you. Please, Honorable Minister, can you give us an update on the petroleum hub in the Zima Enclave and an update on the Tamai oil refineries so far? These 2 projects, we want to hear more about them. And then my last question.
There is the agitation that agreement that governments sign with respect to oil agreements in this country. Some school of thought believes that you have not been given a good deal. So they need a review. What's your take on this agitation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. We will invite Honorable Minister for his responses and concluding remarks.
I think I can start from my namesake. I've read about 10 books on the curse of oil, the oil mafia, all over the world, right? It is one industry that you need both money, technology, and technical skill. You need the three. So no country has started it on a footing that you can engage with the people who are coming to exploit. So when you read the history in Nigeria, how many years it took them to even be able to do local content and local participation. Go past Nigeria, go to Saudi Arabia. It took them 30 years before they could train people to start coming to the system. So if Ghana, which is just about 10 years or 12 years in oil, people came and took advantage. We wanted to get oil in the first place. Because for 10 years, 20 years before we struck our first oil, in fact, it was being said that Ghana had no crude. It was being said, companies had come and gone. Wasted 600 million, 300 million, 400 million. So when under Kufuor, we had a big meeting in M Plaza under, is it former Supreme Court judge? Is that Chum? I think it's Chum. And using the Commonwealth people to try and fashion out what we had to do. We knew that it was not the best. But to bring the people in to make sure that, yes, Ghana, we found there's oil here. In fact, the field that we found oil, somebody had come and left that there was nothing there. And to entice people to come in, sometimes you have to sell yourself a bit short. So if people say that the first contracts, we sold ourselves short, yes. But without those contracts, we would have gotten nothing. But it's your ability to learn over the period and be able to train more Ghanaians to fit into the industry that begins to translate and transfer resources from them to yourself. That's why energy commissions do accelerated oil and gas capacity building. That what did I say? Accelerated commission. Ah, okay. That's what PC has spent enough time. Even there's a school of thought that it's not PC's job to train local content, because they are a referee. But they spend enormous amount of time ensuring that Ghanaians are trained in those different technically skilled, competent labor they want. Because for a long time, it was only Filipinos, Indians, and things who had the skill who could be employed. If you can't do underwater welding, would they employ you? So it takes time. And that's why one of the biggest jobs Petroleum Commission does these days is to link Ghanaians to the professions in there, and has even established a Garden Welding Bureau to do the same work. Linked PC itself to Takoradi Technical University and Kikam. Okay, Kum and Kam. To be able to train Ghanaians. You see, it's not any roadside welder who can go and weld under the sea. And it's not everybody who can work in a confined space. Those are technically competent, certified people who they will employ. So yes, I can give you another example. The Regional Monitoring University was training a lot of welders, but they were not getting employment. Why? Because they didn't have the requisite certification. So that's the work PC is doing, and we have to thank them for that. But that's how I said in my presentation that we have moved from come and negotiate your contracts to a model template. Come and let's put in the figures and let's get up and go. Because we have learned. So, the MD is here. They are working with different partners that have come to make sure that TOR does the work it's supposed to do. And they are continuing. It's not easy finding a partner when you are broke. So when they come, everybody wants to extract the little last life that is left in TOR. And they have to make sure that TOR doesn't lose out. So they are working. And I'm sure very soon they will announce a partnership that they have engaged themselves in. Petroleum Hub, I think I just announced that we have gotten the land. MPA is babysitting them to ensure that we can do the site and services on the land so that we can attract industry. It's a pure private sector-led investment thing that we are doing there. And they are working hard. They are working hard. In fact, the place where the Petroleum is going to be set, the chief of the place is also a member of the Petroleum Hub Development. And he speaks louder than myself, wanting the investment to come so that many more Ghanaians will get jobs and will translate our black gold to a finished product before we export. What went into crude to gas? Was that the question, if I heard? Simple, economics, before even environmental. If your position is that we don't have gas or we cannot pay for gas, if we can't pay for gas, then we can't pay for liquid fuel anyway because it's about 2 times more expensive. So it's just pure economic sense to move. And then Ghana also had its own domestic gas that we had to utilize. So that is why we used the associated, and now we are even attempting to go to non-associated gas to feed. And is it enough? In fact, the onshore receiving facility itself has improved through changes to improve the gas that they deliver from 210 to 240, and they want to get to 260. So they are bringing in more gas. Because, seriously, time passed, people go and drill and get to a gas field and they shut it. Because it wasn't something that we needed. Now the whole world is using gas as a transition fuel. So everybody is thinking of bringing more gas on the field. So the more fields that get exploited, the more gas we get. As we speak, we don't have enough gas. There's no hiding. Because the thermal plants are all on gas. But some of them are also dual fuel. They can use gas, they can use liquid. As we speak, those that use liquid, when the liquid finishes, the Ministry of Finance would have to find money. And I tell you, the amount of money involved in that, if we could have paid for the gas or we pay for the gas, it will last us longer. And the exhaust and the fumes are more pleasant than the liquid fuels. My brother that did science and so says, I don't know. In fact, let's talk facts, not thoughts. The dam is not silted. I'm answering you, or you still want to ask questions? What you heard, everybody heard it, so let me explain. Then when it comes to next...
Are so silted that few hours of rainfall, we have them overflowing their banks. And so...
That is your observation?
Yes.
So it might not be true?
Well, for instance, Kobori Dam, Kobori River, for instance, few hours of rain. Previously, you can have 4 hours of rain and you don't get it flooded. But now with 1 hour, 30 minutes, that place is flooded.
That makes you think it's silted?
It is silted. I'm not thinking.
How did you measure the
It is silted.
How did you measure the
Because after a few hours of sunlight...
I'm saying you are using the proxy of time of rain for silting.
No, not proxy of time of rain. Because after a few hours of sunshine, you see that the bed is filled with sun. We don't have water in it any longer. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. And I've moved along the stretch, and I've seen what I'm talking about. Okay. Kolibu previously wasn't getting flooded as we have it today. But now, few hours of, and we're all talking climate change today. So I'm not using my thoughts. I'm using what I have seen and what I've witnessed. And I've lived along those areas for 15 years, and I know what I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, the evidence is that the dam is not silted. Just yesterday, I was with the VRA engineers. A river being silted is not a dam being silted. And you are linking the dam silting to the cause of the overflow in the dam. And I'm saying, even yesterday, I had to give a presentation in Parliament. As at June, the dam had enough water capacity at 174% of the average. Yes. Yes. And you have to know that the water that goes into the dam is also being used to generate electricity. So it's not a stagnant water. It's only when the inflows outweigh the outflows that they decide, and the water level gets to a... Okay, let me answer the question so that you can come and ask your question in there more. But the dam is not silted. The dam needs no desilting. IPPs in June, yes, there was even a lot of radio discussions that heralded they are coming to do light, so they are coming to do light, and people became all of a sudden spokesperson for individual IPPs that hadn't complained. And the lights are still on. Debt is not necessarily a wrong thing if you can afford to pay. Debt is not necessarily a wrong thing if you can afford to pay. So government restructures and reforms itself and reworks it to pay some debts and still continue to live. Poverty should not kill us. We should be able to eat. But I'm telling you, government is working through the Ministry of Finance every day, every time to pay our debts or pay down our debts. That is why the IPPs are continuing to generate. So, GECO says there was a shortage of gas. A fact, there was a shortage of gas. But how long did that power cut even last? And the lights came back on. And I said here, I didn't hide, that there's only one tube that is linked to almost all our gas power plant. So if there's a short, if it just so happens that an onshore receiving facility develops a fault and cannot transmit a lot of our power, that is why we are having increasingly bigger stretches of the country going off electricity when there's a power shortage. But that power shortage did not even last for 12 hours. It didn't even last for 12 hours. And we should understand, I cannot stand here and say that was the last one, and that doesn't make it done so. We all saw that even ECG announces that we would put off lights here, we'll put off lights here, if we know a priori that this problem is going to develop. But when you don't know, and it happens, you have to tell Ghanaians the truth. When your child is sick and has diarrhea, and you say you are going to put on a new panties for the child, it won't solve the diarrhea. You have to take the child to hospital, let the doctors diagnose what is cause of the diarrhea, and give appropriate medication. So GRIDCO is the transmitter of everybody's generating facility in this country, whether it's Akosobu Hydro or its nuclear power plant will build in the future. The only transmitter in this country will be GRIDCO. And as it evacuates the energy, it knows where it is going to get it and where it's not going to get it. So if what he's going to get is shorter than the demand, he has to tell us. So that I don't see any wrong in what GRIDCO did. If GRIDCO had not announced, I'm sure the speculators would have been, Ghana buying Sikasa. So that is what happened. And I'm saying that those who could check, it didn't last even 12 hours. And I stood here to say that if our gas doesn't meet our boundary metering is totally different from meters in our houses. Actually, we don't interface with the boundary metering. It's an accountability tool for the ECG to know that in a defined area, how much electricity have I supplied and how much revenue am I expected to get from that place. That is what the boundary metering is. Gas resources. There was a question on gas resources. What is Aka Energy? Aka Energy has sold its interest to another entity. And that is the entity I announced that is in the market looking for FPSOs. And I think PC and GMPC, I've seen a letter that you are going to Singapore to go and have a look at the FPSO that is being constructed from. Yes. It's where? It's in Indonesia. And just 2 days ago, that's when I read a letter that they are either invited PC and GNPC. GNPC is a lovely partner. He has many wives. Every petroleum agreement, he's in there. So he's going to look at the husband that is coming, or the wife, the new wife that is coming, how is preparing herself to come to Ghana. And surely it will come. And surely we will name it after a president of the Republic of Ghana. It will come. So that is where we are. The regulator and the National Oil Company are monitoring the day-to-day activities of the new incoming partner to make sure that, yes, the oil resource which we have confirmed that is there is going to be exploited for the people of Ghana to benefit from. Was there another question on gas? What? Tema LNG, yes. When you are in the market and you say you sign a contract, that is a dangerous thing, and I'll explain it. You sign a contract to deliver gas to Ghana at, say, $5 a BTU. And then when the ship is coming, Fatih stays in Senegal, the ship is likely to come to Ghana, and Fatih says, if you bring me this gas, I'll pay $20 per BTU. Where would the businessman take the gas? That is what has happened. And it has happened to a lot of countries. That now the gas market that was non-existent in Europe has quadrupled the price. My brother from GMPC was all over Europe trying to renegotiate with Shell. Is it Shell? Yes, he went. But the reality is that when he's getting 48, also 8 November. That is why when you need dependable base load plants, you talk about hydro in your country. That is not in your interest to shut it. Even if you shut it, it can collapse. And you talk about nuclear power because you cannot shut it, even though you can shut it. You want it to generate. So you need dependable sources of fuel and dependable plants for base load carriage. So we'll continue. So we are still looking, hoping that the Shell will still bring and come and supply at the agreements that we signed. And GMPC can give you further knowledge about that. That is it. I would like to thank the Minister of Information, Fatih Abubakar, for hosting me here. And I know that you've been pressing me to come, and we'll make ourselves available to inform and educate Ghanaians. But now the Dankwa Kufado's government is working on your behalf to make life more bearable and affordable. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making very good use of this platform. I believe the energy sector has a very beautiful story, and we are always available to give you the platform to share the story with the public. To our media partners who picked today's press briefing live, GTV, Metro TV, City TV, Asempar FM, Adum TV, Movement TV, Kesben TV, ABC News GH. We say thank you for our friends from the media present. We thank you for always joining us, and we know that we can count on you to spread the word so that Ghanaians will know how the Ministry of Energy is keeping the lights on and how the ministry is making sure we are able to access fuel for our businesses, for our cars, and to keep the nation moving. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope to do this again same time next week. Thank you.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmin the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty Macberry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, Macberry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kolibu was, I think, 380.
380
yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolibu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Spreading to save the population. Regarding the locally produced PPEs, the Ministry of Trade and Industry were pre-qualified Minister of Trade and Industry pre-qualified local manufacturing companies in the garments industry and submitted the names of the firms to the Ministry of Health for their engagement. The MOH then sought and received approval from the PPA in accordance with Section 40 of Act 663 as amended to engage the local manufacturing firms to produce PPEs, face masks, medical scrubs, hospital gowns, and headgears in the fight against COVID-19. This was to help strengthen the local capacity to respond to future pandemics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Speaker, thank you very much. Honourable Minister, would you be kind enough to provide the list of the service providers contracted and the kind of services that they provided the ministry and the amount to this honourable house? Thank you. Honourable, I think if you want those details, you should ask that specifically. Mr. Speaker, this is emanating from its answer as contained in paragraph 5, as it provided. Regarding the locally produced PPEs, the Ministry of Trade and Industry pre-qualified local manufacturing companies in the garment industry and submitted the names of the firms to the Ministry of Health for their engagement. The names have been submitted to him. So, because you didn't ask for that, those details have to be asked specifically. So you asked another question, ask him for the details, then you provide them. But it will not be fair to ask him to provide those details now without notice. Mr. Speaker, the tenor of my question is, will he be kind enough? He could say that yes, and he could provide the list later. I'm not saying that he should do so whilst on his feet. That's the intent of my question. Very well. Honourable Minister, will you be able to provide the details later?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my memory serves me right. Looks like this is already a public document. I have one supplied this in the chamber here. Somebody asked a similar question sometime back last year or so, and he asked for that list, and we provided that list to him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. That will be all on this matter. Very well. Then you take question number 175 also on behalf of the honourable member for Bongo. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health how the allocated US dollars 3.4 million was utilized to coordinate and oversee the contracts for private sector management of infectious disease centers and medical villages throughout the country. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say that this question asked by my honourable colleague is quite unclear,
as we cannot easily relate the amount mentioned to any particular activity undertaken by the ministry. I will therefore urge my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for him to provide further particulars that will enable us to provide the most appropriate answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, let me understand you correctly, that the figure mentioned is not known to the ministry. Is that your answer?
Mr. Speaker, we've done a lot of research, but we cannot easily tie this 3.4 to any activity that we undertook. That is why I said that if you can come out with some better particulars on that, that can probably prompt us to a specific area we can search for this particular activity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Speaker, the record will bear me out. I'm not the owner of the question. I've tried to read the owner of the question regarding the content. He's not able to get back to me. So I think that we can come back to this matter at the appropriate time. I thank you for the opportunity. Very well. I'll move on to question number 176, also in the name of the honourable member for Keta, Kwame Jujoli Gakbe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health
what plans the ministry has towards refurbishment of Keta Government Municipal Hospital, which is in a dilapidated state for some time now. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I answered an earlier question that related to Keta Government Municipal Hospital and said that I have visited that facility some time back. And I can say that the condition of Keta Municipal Hospital is never in a very dilapidated state as it continues to provide essential healthcare services by professionally qualified health workers to the about 80,000 population living in and around Keta. However, we agree that some work needs to be done by the Ministry of Health in the hospital. Mr. Speaker, the general policy of the ministry is to improve the physical state or read through all our existing hospitals to meet the standards of care required for the proper functioning of medical facilities. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, the Keta Government Hospital underwent comprehensive rehabilitation under the Health Services Rehabilitation Project 1, 1997 to 2000, with funds from the African Development Bank. The ministry has, however, submitted a request based on the needs assessment carried out by my ministry to the Minister of Finance to fund the refurbishment and or retooling of hospitals that have run down infrastructure or obsolete equipment. As soon as the financing is secured, Mr. Speaker, Keta Government Hospital will benefit from this program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister mentioned that the place have never been dilapidated, I beg to differ. I'm physically on the ground and I know what is going on in that hospital. So I will provide picture, photograph for various places for the Minister to ascertain whether it is in good shape or not. Mr. Speaker, in the answer, the Minister provided that 1997 to 2000 that they have actually do some upliftment of the hospital. That is 23 years ago, and as we are in 23 years. So definitely there are places that where work is supposed to be done. So I'll provide that information to the Minister. Thank you very much.
That's a comment. Very well. I'll proceed to the next question. Question number 574. In the name of the Honourable Member for Akan, Honourable Agomado.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once more. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health whether there could be arrangements to have doctors visit the following health centers in the KJB district weekly. 1. KJB Health Center. 2. Ahamansu Health Center. 3. Dodoa Mount from Health Center. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health, in its bid to strengthen the sub-district level, health centers and the chief compounds, is currently collaborating with the Ghana Health Service to an innovation called the Network of Practice. That's because the Ghana Health Service will soon roll out this approach to increase access to quality essential health care and population-based service. This initiative is to build networks of health facilities at the sub-district level and support them better to work optimally to strengthen primary health care. The network of practice is a specific arrangement between public, private, or facilities that provide service delivery to the people in the communities. This concept will bring model health care that is standard, bringing quality service closer to Ghanaians and reducing the burden on individuals seeking health care. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that when implemented, the sub-district health center will provide 24-hour services to their clients and will also provide doctors' outreach services to both the CHIPS and sub-district facilities. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore expected that this innovative approach, when executed, will take into consideration all these facilities and many more, including public and private facilities in the area. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I'm glad to hear the minister put out plans for purposes of offering a 24-hour services to the people. But in the interim, Honourable Minister, in the interim, can you, by deliberate policy, ask that the doctors do a weekly visit to these facilities in the interim, whilst we await the full implementation of the policy program that you speak of in the interim? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, so far as this arrangement is concerned, I'm afraid to mention that there will be no interim. Why do I say so, my colleagues? Parliament yourselves have approved for this particular project to be implemented. We have appointed the independent verifying authority, the independent verifying people, to be able to do what we call P4R, performance for results, so that they will go and visit and see what is happening that we have put on paper is actually happening down there before they do some further disbursements. We have got the DLIs done already, appointed these institutions that will do the oversight, and we are just rolling this out. That is why I said that there will be no interim. So arrangements to actually move out there is virtually getting completed, and soon you will see doctors visiting these facilities our colleague is asking about. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, let me perhaps clarify my first supplementary. I know the area very well, and we also don't have a regional hospital. So sometimes getting certified medical doctors, GM, general practitioners, to visit the facilities which is closer to the people helps in the quality of service delivery. That is why I believe that we are pleading with the ministry. If you by policy directive, the doctor will move to these facilities. The medical practitioner will go. He will go. So let me plead with you, Honourable Minister, to reconsider this. Even if it's bi-weekly, not weekly, but bi-weekly, it will help. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister. This is a plea to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's one of these deficiencies which made us do this type of benefit package for those of our people who do not have access to very well qualified doctors, so that we can have some of them visiting them. So we consider what you are talking about, but the whole idea is that the program is just starting, and we'll make sure that we move a bit faster to serve these people in OT here. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, OT is one of the regions where we are finding difficulty in posting health workers there. You send nurses to OT, they will come for reposting. You send doctors, 17 of them in one particular year, only 1 or 2 will report there, and they will find challenges with that. And it's one of these reasons that motivated us to begin to do this type of outreach, so that the few that we have sitting in a bigger health center, in a hospital close by, can then visit the network facilities. And then that will also give them room for quicker referrals for us to see how best everybody can have some quality access to healthcare in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. That brings us to the end of question time for today. We thank the Honourable Minister for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are now discharged. Let me acknowledge the schools that visited us today. We have the Eastern Heroes International School, led by Reverend Mrs. Pat Bedu. They are from the Tema West constituencies. And then we have the Chifopraso Senior High School, led by David
Botri from the Chifu Atimokwa constituency. You're all welcome to Parliament. Very well. Item 7. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, before we go on to item 7, we had earlier agreed that because of the schedule, Parliament has scheduled the Minister for Health to brief the House on the renal unit of Kolibu Teaching Hospital. The arrangement is that after the questions, his questions are done, you continue with the briefing. So, Speaker, if you may permit him to brief us on happenings at the renal unit of Kolibu Teaching Hospital.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Health, you may tell us what is it to do with the renal unit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the renal dialysis unit, we call the RDU of the Kolibu Teaching Hospital, has been offering dialysis for patients with renal failure over 2 decades ago. However, it has lately been bedeviled with some operational challenges, which resulted in the temporary closure to outpatients. Mr. Speaker, the RDU currently operates from 2 main locations in the hospital and provides both inpatient and outpatient services to patients at the hospital. 1. The medical blood dialysis unit, which has a capacity of 22 machines, but currently operates with 1 being used to dialyze hepatitis B positive patients. There are challenges with the water treatment system, and the machine itself needs to be repaired at least twice a week. Mr. Speaker, the satellite unit, called the cabin, currently has 10 functional Fresenius 5008S hemodialysis machines. This is currently the main center for inpatient emergency cases and for outpatient dialysis as well. Mr. Speaker, on the average, the unit caters for between 260 to 300 patients and at full capacity undertakes about 2,000 dialysis sessions per month, operating 24 hours. The facility has never had the occasion to turn away any patient. Mr. Speaker, the Kolibu Teaching Hospital has had a 10-year contract with Fresenius Medical Care South Africa Limited, FMC, to provide dialysis machines and consumables to the hospital. Over the 10-year period, the company is to provide Kolibu with a total of 60 hemodialysis machines of 2 different specifications, other ancillary equipment and technical equipment for servicing of equipment. So, Speaker, it must be noted that FMC is a global leader in the provision of dialysis equipment and high-quality consumables. It is important to use products of the highest quality to minimize complications to our vulnerable patients. Kolibu, in return, is obliged to pay for hemodialysis consumables worth a total of €11,865,000 over the 10-year period for the equipment and services supplied by FMC. The main revenue stream for the RDU has been proceeds from the payments of hemodialysis sessions. Currently, every patient is on the subsidized rate of 380 cedis per session. So, Speaker, over the past 5 years, a company in Ghana we call the First Sky Group of Companies has graciously committed to pay 1 million Ghana cedis every quarter to enable patients who cannot afford life-saving maintenance hemodialysis to have 2 sessions of dialysis a week for free. Currently, there are 230 patients on the free dialysis program. This is the ceiling on total number of beneficiaries specified by First Sky Group of Companies. This constitutes over 80% of the patients receiving treatment at the renal unit and accounts for over 80% of the renal unit's revenue. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 years, the payment schedule initially agreed on with Fair Sky Group of companies has been fraught with delays. Due to these delays, the RDU continues to accrue exchange rate losses, which has made it difficult for the RDU to service the monthly payments to the partner. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank once again the Fair Sky Group of companies for this massive philanthropic gesture which has supported Kolibu and patients for the last 6 years. Mr. Speaker, in view of these challenges, Kolibu has accrued a total debt of a little over 4 million Ghana cedis to its partner. Furthermore, it remains a fact that the current charge of 380 cedis for dialysis is insufficient to enable the RDU to generate enough revenue to fulfill its full obligations under the contract with FMC, especially as it does not have a hedged exchange rate per annum regime. This has compromised the ability of the RDU to raise the funds required to pay for consumables procured from FMC promptly. Mr. Speaker, again, due to the high incidence of patients requiring dialysis, the total cost of care keeps rising, adding to the accumulation of debt. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that currently patients on dialysis are not on the National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, the Kolibu Teaching Hospital, in consultation with the Ministry of Health, has initiated discussions with FMC for review of the current contract for more flexible payment options and a more structured supply of consumables to avoid excessive delays and to ensure delivery of the outstanding 45 dialysis machines and auxiliary equipment to boost the service being rendered. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, the RDU has been opened to the public since Monday, 6 November 2023, to add patients as directed by the Ministry. The MOH has since made a request to the Ministry of Finance to settle the total indebtedness of the 4 million Ghana cedis. And the good news now is that the Minister for Finance has just approved the disbursement of this 4 million to support our patients in Kolibu. Way forward. To forestall the recurrence of this unfortunate situation, the Ministry, in collaboration with Kolibu and the Minister of Finance, is considering one of the following options: the possible inclusion of dialysis on the National Health Insurance Benefit Package, the granting of subsidies based on proposal received from Kolibu, and the possible review of the tariffs to ensure sustainability of the services. And Mr. Speaker, it may interest you to note that the private health facilities charge between 800 and 1,300 Ghana cedis for just a session of dialysis. The decision on the options enumerated above, Mr. Speaker, will be announced as soon as practicable. Mr. Speaker, as part of our non-communicable diseases roadmap, the Ministry and its agencies will continue to raise awareness for prevention and early detection to reduce renal disease and minimize the burden on the renal units in the health sector. When this is realized, the total cost of care and the need for dialysis will be brought to the barest minimum. Mr. Speaker, government has invested, with the support of Parliament, by approving facilities for us in the construction of a 100-bed ultramodern urology and nephrology center of excellence at the Kolibu Teaching Hospital, which will be commissioned by the end of the first quarter next year, 2024. This is aimed at facilitating the provision of kidney transplantation services, among others. Mr. Speaker, this will further reduce the dialysis burden on the nation and the need for Ghanaians to travel abroad for these services. A local team has been trained to provide these services, transplantation services, at reduced cost, and have already undertaken the first few kidney transplantations successfully in country by our Ghanaian doctors. Mr. Speaker, we believe this is the beginning of the government's vision of making Ghana a hub for medical tourism. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is hope ahead of all of us Ghanaians. I thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for Asawasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Minister for coming to update the House on the sad incidents at Kolibu, and also to thank him for the information that he has given. Now, Speaker, as we all know, statement from ministers such as this is not supposed to generate debate, apart from comments in line with what the Minister has made. Mr. Speaker, it is too unfortunate that government seeks to allow this to happen, to get to the extent where it became necessary for the outpatient department of this very important unit of the RDU to be closed at Kolibu. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has given us the information, especially with respect to the contract that the Kolibu is having with the South African company FMC. Mr. Speaker, as members of the Health Committee, we demanded to see a copy of this contract. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that for almost a month now, it is not forthcoming. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy the Minister himself is saying they are in the process of review. Because the problem of Kolibu starts from this contract. It starts from that contract. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you pick equipment, there are two models that are run. You either have one that is closed. When we say closed, it's like I supply you with the equipment, but I'm the only one that can give you the consumables. And then the one that is open. The open one is that I buy the machine, and then I can go out in the open market and buy my consumables. So you configure the machine so that all consumables or any other consumable can be used, not necessarily the consumables that you produce. And the problem with Kolibu in this contract is that they are having this closed agreement, where it is only this South African company that can provide the consumables. And Mr. Speaker, even though we've not yet seen the contract, the information we have is that the machine was given for free. So meaning that the consumables are priced above the open market. And Mr. Speaker, why are we where we are? If you take, for example, the fees and charges that we gave, 380, yes, over the period, there may be some challenges, exchange rate difficulties, but Confanoche is operating with the same 380 and they've not closed the unit. Yes, I will agree, Confanoche has, I think, about 10 machines, but largely you go and you have between 2 to 8 that are working at a time. But Confanoche is operating with that. If you go to Brekum, where you have the Catholic hospital, even though this house gave a fees and charges of 380, Mr. Speaker, they are charging 350. They are charging 350 and they are able to operate. Now, when you go to the private facilities in Kumasi, we have about 4. The one that I remember very well is what we call KNUSC Teaching Hospital, and then is it God is Love, another private facility. Mr. Speaker, they are charging 500. Remember those who are charging 500, who are private facility, they pay their nurses, they pay their specialists, they buy their consumables, they do all that, and they charge 500 as private facility. Now you come to Kolibu, where it is the state that is paying for the specialists, the state that is having the the infrastructure and all the nurses and all of that. They are making us believe that the only way Kolibu units can operate is to charge up to about 900. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the Minister himself acknowledged that that contract with FMC needs to, they are looking at it. That is where the problem of Kolibu starts. So even if today we decide to grant the, even 1,000, believe me, because of the exchange rate difficulty, in just about a year, they will be coming back again. So we need to go back and look at the root of the problem. And I'm happy the Minister has mentioned that. Mr. Speaker, one of the interesting things that I want to mention the Minister, and I'm very much aware, the Minister is aware, that when the formula for health insurance is in the House, Mr. Speaker, you know I've spoken about this time and time again, and have vehemently expressed my worry about the support to Ministry of Health. You look at that component. In fact, even in the law, we said that we cap it and said that we will not use more than 10% of the total fund that will go to health insurance to support the Ministry of Health. Yes, because of the challenges and the Ministry of Finance failure to meet the budgetary requirement of the Ministry of Health, they are virtually shifting almost all the key components at the ministry onto the health insurance. And because of that, today, the health insurance is working on one leg, just waiting to collapse because of the heavy burden that the ministry is offloading on it. And you cannot blame the Ministry of Health because they must run the the vaccination of children. They must make sure that there's the vaccine. They must make sure that the ambulance service is working. They must make sure that all these agencies under them are able to operate effectively. So because they don't have budgetary allocations and they are having challenges with releases, their easiest target is to simply offload it onto the health insurance fund. But what are we seeing with the health insurance fund? The Speaker, you've been in this house long enough to remember, even when we were in government, I was constantly condemning why the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Finance will keep the fund beyond the stipulated period that is in the law. Today, the Ministry of Finance has gone to cap the health insurance fund. And they've capped it so deep, over billions. And now we are talking about offloading this, RVU unit of Kolibu, and probably all the other RVUs across the country onto the health insurance. Mr. Speaker, what we'll be simply doing will be collapsing the health insurance fund. And Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I want to draw the minister's attention, and I'm happy my colleague, the Honorable Matupoku Prempe, is here. When we started the health insurance, Mr. Speaker, consultancy at the hospitals was very low. Cost of medication was very low. The moment we started putting it onto the health insurance, today when you go to the WHO, it is said that the price of drugs and services in Ghana is higher than the average in the sub-region. Why? Because the moment now you allow this Kolibu to charge the 900, why will Pafanotti continue to take 380? They also jump to the 900. Why will Brekum Catholic Hospital continue to take 350? They also jump to the 900. And then why will the private facility, who is paying his nurses, his doctors, remain at 500? Then they will go to 1,500. So by the time you wake up, then you see that the average cost of these services will be escalating. This is why I'm calling on the Minister for Health that this important component of his statement that he's going to review, together with Kolibu, review the contract, is a very important one. And this house, I want to plead with colleagues, when the fees and charges come, let's not be in a hurry and be sentimental and just be emotional to say that, oh, let's just give this so that people can have them. No, we should look at the contract and make sure that all the excesses, the abuse that are embedded in those contracts are rectified, because that's where the root cause of the problem is. Other than that, all we'll be doing is that we'll be throwing public funds into the hands of individuals that will be wasting it. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, this is a critical care. And Mr. Speaker, most of the time when you are there and you hear, oh, somebody has cancer, somebody has kidney failure, Mr. Speaker, you never know what it is until it is closer to you.
I just lost my farm manager and my in-law in July. I lost him on 12th of July.
Mr. Speaker, I came face to face with this reality. And so it comes to a point, even your money cannot save the person. That is when you realize that this is so much a critical service that we don't have to deal with it. How do we overcome this challenge? Mr. Speaker, yes, in the case of Kolibu, we may have to look at this contract. How do we move forward? I've seen the minister mention a philanthropic, a philanthropic company that is providing about 1 million Ghana cedis quarterly to support those who cannot. Mr. Speaker, all over the world, universities, hospitals, they run more on foundations. They run more on the benevolence of individual, companies that are philanthropic. I believe that we need to begin to get our hospitals and our universities and those institutions to emulate others abroad by trying to set up this fund and manage it in a way that is so transparent that people have confidence to donate into it. Two, Mr. Speaker, the health insurance law did not say that all of us should just pay one premium and it should be able to cover whatever services that is given. It has made embedded in the law, we can categorize the services. Where, for example, if I'm a member of parliament, I can choose to pay a certain premium, and that premium will give me some additional service. We need to open and get the health insurance authority to open up this window, because people may be willing to pay when they are strong and healthy, so that when they become sick, they can fall on it. Let's not just leave it the way it is, as if all of us, rich, poor, everybody, you just have one premium, you just pay that premium, and you expect all services, and if it is not covered, then it becomes a challenge. If we do that and open that window, others will pay higher premium, that may help them for maybe kidney transplant, kidney dialysis, and other things that will be able to be covered. But if you simply just lift it and say that, no, health insurance, finance kidney diseases or heart diseases or liver diseases, what you are simply doing is that you'll be collapsing it. But when you open the window for people to be able to contribute more, with that, you'll be able to take care of the challenges that may come with finances. Lastly, last but not the least, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with the Minister for Health. Let's not allow facilities within the ministry to just go sign contract without the consent of the Minister of Ministry, because they will be doing a lot of harm behind you. As you know, these institutions run from time to time. Today, our colleague Honorable Adjournment is the minister. Tomorrow he will not. Today, this person is the chief executive. The next day, the person will not. So if people go and commit the state, and commit the country, and commit the facility, without the knowledge of the ministry, and even advice from the Attorney General and the Minister of Finance, you will leave us to the kind of challenges that we are having. I'm sure if we are able to do
on that matter, don't we have a judicial decision? As long as the agency is responsible for paying for the facility, we cannot clog them. Don't we have a judicial decision in that respect, if I recall correctly?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's what has brought us here. Because then Kolibu go to sign on your blind eye. Now they cannot meet the commitment, and they are closing the center, and they are calling now for the Minister of Finance to come and build them. Because if they can pay, we wouldn't have had all these challenges. But because they've gone to sign something that they can no longer now meet its requirement or meet its payment, that's why now they are running to the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Health is calling for Minister of Finance and all of us to build them. But if we knew what they were going to do, probably we would have advised them, no, don't go for a closed contract where it is only the supplier that will give you the consumables, so that you'll be able to open up for others. So, Mr. Speaker, lastly, Minister of Health, we have a lot of pharmaceutical companies in this country. Why are we not going to invest, government invest, and encourage them to be able to produce some of these consumables? Because most of the consumables are imported. Once you import something with our exchange rate challenges, you will constantly be having these challenges. But if it is produced internally, yes, the exchange rate may affect it, but it will not affect it this much to a point where it becomes difficult for you to be able to deal with it. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I hope the Minister will do everything humanly possible to ensure not only the Kolibu RDU unit, but all the other units across the country will remain functional to save the life of our citizens. But we thank him sincerely for coming to give us this information. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have spoken.
I thought the former health minister would be interested in commenting on this, Mister. There are two former health ministers. I'll come to you. I want to hear them.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to have come. I thought that the last time I spoke on this subject, I made references to what Honorable Muntaka said. Let me say that I associate myself with a lot of the things he has said, but the details. Some of the details I might not know, except to say that the end-stage organ failure management in every jurisdiction is a very difficult proposition. That is why it is normally not funded under the insurance systems, particularly in third world settings. Because if you take renal failure, most of the time it's a terminal case, and I'm aware that you can even do a kidney transplant where the person is waiting. still, even with kidney transplant, there's the phenomenon of slow rejection. So as soon as you start to say that as soon as you get renal failure, that is it. You live a useful life later. But as that is why the health insurance that is designed in developing countries, we make sure that it is not used to fund these conditions, because you can also make the same argument for end-stage liver disease, chronic lung diseases, and all that. But Mr. Speaker, maybe don't want to deviate. What Honorable Muntaka said the other time I spoke, I referred to the funding on the National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, I can say, without any sort of equivocation, even on this side of the Parliament, that for the Minister of Finance to cap, or for us to look on for health, the NHIS to be capped, is unconscionable. In fact, it's immoral. Why do I say so? Any monies that are taken from the populace, which is regressive in nature, the best place to put it is with healthcare financing. So why do you take money from health to go and support budget? I don't get it. So that is the essence of capping. I believe that I've spoken on this matter on so many occasions. I'll let that rest. Then, Mr. Speaker, perhaps people have forgotten the genesis of the healthcare financing system. I was the Minister for Health who led the President Kufuor's National Health Insurance Scheme, its introduction. And I realized that the labor, we took 2.5%, please listen, from the then 15.5%, insurance system, which guaranteed when you go on pension, you get some benefit. So in this essence, before health insurance, organized labor was paying zero, nothing. And after, they are also paying zero. In other words, before President Kufuor's health insurance, if you didn't pay anything, and after the law, the benefit, the contribution, let me be very contemporary so that you understand. If it's 17.5%, what President Kufuor did for the good of organized labor in Ghana is that he took 2.5% from the 17.5% to fund your health insurance and then guaranteed your benefit, so that he forced the snake regime to give you the same benefit. I believe that the time has come to call on organized labor to pay for something. A comparative study at that time showed that Nigeria was taking 13% from their labor and give them even superior benefit to what Ghanaians were receiving. So it means that the snake regime at that time were having a free ride, Mr. Speaker. Then number two, we brought in its co-payments that when you go to the hospital, you should be allowed, especially on OPD basis, to pay, let me use contemporary times, say 10 cedis. The question was then that people will say, Kofiko Nsu Ojinankwentia, which means you say you have abolished the health insurance. Meaning that what if somebody pays something, then it means you haven't abolished it. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. When you go, it is related to the drugs that you buy, to the extent that your 10 cedis is known, is guaranteed, and irrespective of the cost of the drug, will you pay? Mr. Speaker, then that gives the provider some leverage to, to use that money. The time has come for us to make sure that people who, especially on OPD basis, pay this money so that we can use it to fund some of these things in the interim. And then the big question that, or the big elephant in the room, a lot of informal payments are being paid in the government health clinical services. Informal payments. It's about time that we brought them up onto the table for everybody to recognize them for what it is. To the extent that the populace is willing to make payment for those monies for those payments, I believe that they should be formalized. So, in other words, it's part of the co-payment system, so that we can get more revenue to fund some of these things. Mr. Speaker, once we are at it, when you talk about universality, we are not moving towards universality, but it's another subject. Let me restrict myself towards to the subject at hand. So the organ failures, the kidney failure, the liver failures, even some diseases, every country controls its own destiny, so to speak. So let's have a national conversation, look at the funding of health insurance, and the finance minister has no business capping what we call it, the NHIL, because it's unconscionable. And then finally, those who are making informal payments in the system, they should be brought to the table to be re-examined and then formalize them. And then finally is that we should look at another way of even adding additional income. Because everybody is saying that let's fund this. They are looking at the benefit side, but they are not looking at the revenue side. So if you do that, we will not be running a health insurance system. Mr. Speaker, I hope I have provided some light on this matter. Thank you very much for that.
Honorable Sandari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also thank the Minister for Health for appearing before the House to make a statement on the state of the renal unit of the Kolibu Teaching Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in as much as I thank the Minister, going through the statement and making critical analysis of it without any intention to provoke debate, what I find to see is hope for patients with renal failures, especially those who need dialysis at the Kolibu Teaching Hospital, and more so for patients in general in this country. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister has read to us is more of interventions by philanthropists and companies who have done their bit to contribute to saving lives of renal patients in this country. Mr. Speaker, the problem at Kolibu Teaching Hospital, I see it as leadership failure. I see it as government not being responsible for the health of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that there's no priority for the health of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, go through the statement. Apart from what the Minister is proposing now in terms of policy, we haven't seen government intervention in this instance, apart from what FMC that has donated dialysis machines to Kolibu, and the Fair Sky Group that has taken it up to offer free services for renal patients. Before now, I don't see, or the Minister has not demonstrated or shown us what government has done so far until now. We cannot have a situation where the whole government comes in only when there's crisis. Mr. Speaker, for every patient that has been on dialysis, there are about 9 more who are dying because they don't even have the capacity to get near a dialysis machine. Mr. Speaker, the other reason why, as I thank the minister, but I don't see hope in the statement, is that, you see, before this House, we should be seeing a deliberate policy that moves beyond Kolibu and gives hope to the nation and other renal clients that, look, learning from what is happening in Kolibu, this is the direction we have to prevent people from developing renal failures up to chronic renal failure, and ensuring that we see deliberate policy to provide enough dialysis machines for the other hospitals in this country. That I don't see here, apart from the Kolibu story. So are we going to come back here tomorrow when Konfanoche also comes to the same problem? Or my regional hospital, Enwa, also faces similar challenges? Where is the policy that gives us hope that if you develop chronic renal failure, that you need such expensive treatment as being put on dialysis, there's hope? Because all of us are at risk if we don't take our lives seriously. If government doesn't tackle the factors that lead people to develop chronic renal failure. Mr. Speaker, now to Kolibu, let us face the issue critically and find remedies. Mr. Speaker, Kolibu, no matter the reasons they give, does not have the power to wake up one day and issue notices without any consultation and say that we are stopping such a critical care for patients without regards to Parliament. So what did the Ministry of Health do? And that's what I mean that by leadership failure. Because Kolibu is not an isolated facility. They work under the Ministry of Health. So the very first day the notice came was the very first day we expected leadership for government and for the ministry to say that no, you cannot do that because you don't have the power to do that on your own. As we speak, about 19 people, as the report comes, have perished because they were denied the right, the fundamental right to having quality healthcare.
Did you say Kolibu doesn't have the power? Did
what I'm saying is that to change
Parliament not make Kolibu independent?
Mr. Speaker, this House gave them a prescribed fee. And what I mean is that to vary from what was given, the power that was given to charge from this House, they needed to come back and get the authority to carry upwards, not to sit in Kolibu and announce that we are moving from 380 to about 700. When even the 380, patients cannot afford the 380. Is it the crime or the making of poor patients that the economic circumstances of this country is high and the people cannot even afford basic treatment? Is it their fault? It is the ultimate responsibility of every government to keep your people healthy. And if government cannot do that, they should not, give efforts to climb. So we want to see government intervention. If First Sky Group can mobilize funds to treat such clients free, a company like FMC can buy or come to an agreement to provide about 60 dialysis machines. How many dialysis machines has the government provided? That you don't find it here in the minister's statement. How many dialysis machines have they sent to Kolibu? Have they sent to Konfanoche? Have they sent to Cape Coast, Hope, and to my regional hospital in Wa? How many? We need to see the government efforts in the ministry. Is zero. And that's what I mean by the fact that there is no hope in this statement. It's English put together
and accounting.
You don't see it leading to a policy direction that will address this in this country. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, what we need is a national dialogue that let all of us come together and discuss the problem that our renal patients, the condition that all of us are at risk. What do we do? One, to prevent it. Why? We have been told by the medical doctors and the scientists that there are factors like LMC leading to renal failures. We need to tackle that, and government has to take the lead. Where do we get funding? Because one of the fundamental problems is funding. What should we do as a country? Government has to provide direction, and government has to provide answers. Mr. Speaker, if this government is now, Mr. Speaker, you look at the last page, the last paragraph. Mr. Speaker, this is the beginning of government vision of making Ghana a hub of medical tourism. After people have perished, many more are dying. You are now saying this is the beginning of government vision.
You can pay for me.
Since 2017, you are now telling us this is the beginning of government vision after people have died. If you have no vision, copy the vision of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Because he was addressing the healthcare problems with three-pronged approach: infrastructure, human resource, and equipment. You have come, your priority is infrastructure. We don't see the efforts that government is doing to address this fundamental problem. That's just one condition: renal failure. And people are dying because government does not see it as a priority to provide them from dying. What about the other conditions? The cancers and whatever. Because if one condition is difficult to manage, what about the other conditions? So, Mr. Speaker, let us get our priorities right. Let the story not be limited to only Kolibu, but let us see the Kolibu story helping us to have a policy that holistically address the issues of renal care in this country. Mr. Speaker, I hear Kolibu saying that the old clients, when they are coming, should be bringing the 380 before they come. Why should that be? You have denied them. They have been in houses. Their conditions have deteriorated.
I thought you were concluding, but you are continuing.
I'm concluding. I'm landing, Mr. Speaker. I'm landing. What I'm saying is that the people have already been in the houses. Their health conditions have been deteriorated. So, asking them to struggle to get money again to come before you treat them, it should be waived. It should be waived that now the unit has reopened. Come and get your treatment. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I hope we all see it as a problem for all of us, that we will discuss it and get solutions, and I hope that everybody in this country will be involved in finding a lasting solution for this problem. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Where's Tema West? Tema West was on his feet. Where did he go? Yes, super. All right, he's coming from behind you. Tema West, you still want to contribute?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had to step out because I had students from my constituency coming in, and they were waiting for me in the sun for me to come and say something small to them. That's why. But thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, having the opportunity to listen to the Minister and of course my colleagues with their contributions, I think that the emphasis of trying to, as it were, rely on government alone to take care of these renal diseases, for me, should be looked at again. Mr. Speaker, this is a disease that is prevalent in black Africans, I would say 3 times greater to affect a black man than a white man. And even worse of it is the fact that people who are already on pension are 34% prone to this disease as compared to energetic young men and of course people who are within the confines of being termed stronger generation. So therefore it stands to reason that something has to be done outside the box, instead of thinking all the time of the government taking it upon themselves to resolve such problems. Mr. Speaker, if you travel outside, even in the developed countries where these diseases are not common, almost every corner that you turn, you might find a dialysis center operated privately. I will call upon the private sector to, as it were, indulge in the construction, of course, the opening of such centers to aid government in handling renal diseases in the country. Mr. Speaker, if this will be possible, however, then it means that government should find a way to either remove or reduce taxes on equipment and materials that are required for these centers to operate. That will be government's contribution to, ensure that we have these centers scattering around, instead of me traveling all the way from Tema to Kolibu to go and lie on a dialysis machine for 1-2 hours and going back home 3 times every week. If we have such centers around where I live, then I need to only travel maybe 10-15 minutes to go and do this exercise and come back home. Mr. Speaker, it speaks volumes and it saves lives. It's also important, Mr. Speaker, that at a point, we need to find a way to, as it were, identify donors, people who are prepared to donate their part in times of crisis, or in times where they don't have any use for this part anymore. Why do I say this? If you see driving licenses of people in the developed areas, Mr. Speaker, there's a color that indicates whether you are prepared to become a donor or not. So in times whereby you are involved in an accident, which critical conditions and makes it that you cannot survive, your body parts or some of your part of your body, body parts, is taken out to, as it were, make somebody else survive. And I think that it's high time we start considering these things to see how it will augment the active survival level of people with renal diseases. Mr. Speaker, last but not the least would be an advice to the ministry to see how we can find prophylactic ways to, as it were, handle these situations. We don't have to wait for the disease to catch up with us before we start looking for ways and means to treat ourselves. But we know what brings about these renal diseases, especially when people are obese, or we have of course, high blood pressure and all those things. But the prophylactic is to talk about prevention, preventive treatment. If it is possible, the ministry should find a way to communicate or educate people on how to prevent such diseases, or how to get themselves to that point where they don't have to fall within the coveted bracket of being declared a renal patient. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to thank the Minister for a very elaborate insight into what I term a good forward march. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Nawani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we had a medical emergency. An emergency that occurred somewhere in May, or even before May, the signs were there. We did not do anything about it. Indeed, in August, the Kolibu Teaching Hospital made the subsidiary legislation. That is that committee in Parliament that handles fees and charges. This issue did not come up. I was at a meeting, I'm a member of that committee. This issue did not come up. We had the Ministry of Finance there. The Health Committee, about 2 or 3 of us were there, and I can testify that this issue did not come up. What has happened today is a systemic failure. A failure that Kolibu, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, and even Parliament cannot be absolved of blame. We need to blame ourselves. We have to wait for 19 people to die. 19 good Ghanaians. 19 good voters to die before we woke up from our slumber. Mr. Speaker, looking through the document, I'll say a very good thank you to the Minister of Health for bringing it up, but it is a bit too late. I wish that it had come a bit earlier for us to discuss it. You will see that Kolibu had a contract of 10 years with the company in South Africa. That is the Premier's Medical Care South Africa. 10 years contract where they were supposed to supply the machines and they were supposed to supply the consumables. Possibly consumables that are specific to that company. In other words, Kolibu has to get those consumables from that company or nowhere else. Mr. Speaker, 10 years in the medical field in terms of technology is too much. It's too much. I believe within the 5-6 years, Kolibu has been knocked out of the market. In other words, there are people in the private sector that can provide this service cheaper than Kolibu now. And that is what we Ghanaians do not even understand. Kolibu be a government facility providing the same service at a higher price. And this is what we have to guide against. The ministry have to guide against. This is what a parliament we have to guide against. So We cannot allow such type of contracts to exist and hope that everything will go on well. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have wished to end now, but I don't want a situation where the Minister of Health will come back again one day on the same issue to explain. And I'm saying this because the suggestions that are coming up, such as probably we need to have renal transplant, that's the last part. And then we also need to revise the fees. That is true. We might need to revise the fees, but that should be done as soon as is practicable. We have one company, the Sky company, that was helping these people, 1 million Ghana cedis a year. We can do better than that. This health insurance we are talking about, Mr. Minister, I'm not saying that health insurance can take over the whole cost of the bill. But if an employer can provide 1 million, that can sustain the system. What it means is that health insurance can do some part payments or a seed money to get a fund in place where individuals can also contribute to ensure that we do some co-payment for them or some amount of money for them. The mathematics that I did up to A level, in fact, I sat down and did the calculations, and I believe that if we do about 52 million Ghana cedis a year, which we can do, I'm saying this because when the Ministry of Finance releases money to the NHI, an amount of 3 billion is usually left unreleased. If you take the last year's budget, health insurance had 2.7 billion as the amount that they needed, and then the Ministry of Finance they were expected to collect 5.7 billion, so a difference of about 3 billion, which is usually realigned. If this amount is realigned, why can't we take some of it out? About 52 billion out of it to assist our renal patients, and that will mean that we are subsidizing 1,000 Ghana cedis per patient per week. This is the amount that it will yield. 52 billion, that is 1,000 Ghana cedis per patient per week at the Kolibu Teaching Hospital. And then we can have them having this dialysis. But with the way we are going, if we are going to increase the fees and everything, and we just wouldn't think beyond what we are doing, then I'm afraid that within a matter of 2-3 months or even 6 months, the Minister of Health will be here again to explain to us why the Kolibu Teaching Hospital Renal Unit has been locked again. Thank you.
Yes. Leadership is not intended.
That will be, we are done. So, Speaker, we will proceed to page.
Well, the Honourable Minister may want to. Does the Honourable Minister want to conclude?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues who contributed to the statement that I made on the renal dialysis unit of Kolibu and the general dialysis issues in the system. I'm very, very glad that this particular statement and the contributions didn't go political way that we always have do our things. But I saw some nationalism in all of us, and the type of things that have been said here are all suggestions that we can use to guide ourselves into the future. I thank you, and I've taken note of the good suggestions that my colleagues made. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. That brings us to the end of statement time. We'll return to public business. Honourable Chief Whip, you are asking me to go to...
Speaker, with respect, we're moving on to page 14, today's order paper, page 14, and we're taking item 24. Item 24.
Very well, honourable members, item 24. The National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 at the consideration stage.
Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday you demanded...
Kindly hold on.
Okay.
We are going to consideration stage before.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Now we were on clause 4. We
Yes.
deferred consideration of clause 4 yesterday.
Yes. Honourable Speaker, I'm very grateful that you are educating me about the power of the maize. I'm very grateful. Honourable Speaker, you wanted harmony in terms of some of the definitions. So we were directed to look at, first of all, the Companies Act. And we were clear in our minds that there is no definition of foreign company in the Companies Act. As a matter of fact, what is defined in the Companies Act, Act 992, is external company. So, Honourable Speaker, we shouldn't have problems with that at all. So the definition is clear, Section 392 of the Companies Act. We also paid regard to the Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act, 2023, Act 865. And with the greatest of respect, Honourable Speaker, at the interpretation section, what we found was foreign investor defined. That is section 43. Then finally, we paid regard to the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 2016, Act 916, Section 95 is the interpretation section.
919.
919, I'm sorry. 919 is the interpretation section. And the definition of foreign company is not there. So there's no, if you like, contradiction at all in terms of the definition we're trying to promote in this bill. Be that as it may, I am of the humble view that the definition as proposed is sound and doesn't contradict existing laws. That is my observation.
Very well. So, honourable members, we are at clause 4. The proposed amendment is to insert a new subclause 4, which provides definition. It's for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. All in favour of the House adopting the proposed new clause, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now I'll put the question on clause 4 as amended. The question is, clause 4 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as variously amended so that to stand part of the bill. We took the clause 5 yesterday. Very well. So that should bring us to the end of consideration of the National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023. Honourable members, I'm advised that we didn't do the long title. So
we are back to consideration stage.
The National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 at the constitution stage. Now, the long title.
An act to amend the National Petroleum Authority, the Authority Act 2005, Act 691, to provide for Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the petroleum downstream industry and for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That now brings us to the end of consideration of the National Petroleum Amendment Bill 2023. Item 25. Yes, Honourable Minister for Energy.
That item listed 25 on page 14 of this order paper, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which requires that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 23 may be moved today. Thank you.
Yes.
Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now I'll proceed to item 26. Motion by the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that item 26 on today's order paper be moved that the National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 be now read the third time. Thank you.
An act to amend it.
Second, please.
We are glad.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I second the motion.
Very well. Yes. Honourable members, the motion for third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable members, the National Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023 is now duly read a third time and passed.
An act to amend the National Petroleum Authority Act 2005, Act 691, to provide for Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation in the petroleum downstream industry and for related matters.
Passed. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the passage of this amendment, I will urge the Minister for Energy to, as a matter of urgency, work on the airlines to ensure that all the changes that has been effected in the Act and the accompanying airlines that will really ensure its implementation are brought to this House quickly. The Speaker, this is critical because this is the only way that we can really get the outcome that we seek in this Act. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip, what next?
Speaker, with respect, colleagues have indicated that a member is coming under Order 72. And so we will endure that so he can make the statement. But I'm wondering, Speaker, if the member knows that there is an inherent condition coming under Order 72. You are supposed to give Speaker prior notification of the terms of that statement. No, it's not for you to say that. Speaker, I want to find out if he has complied with the terms of Order 72.
Yes.
Speaker, I want to assure my colleague and my boss that we've been to your office and all terms and conditions regarding to Order 72 have been duly complied with, Mr. Speaker, so he must be rest assured.
Yes, and our members, the terms of the statement were drawn to my attention, and I advise that it comes under Order 72 in view of the discussion we had earlier. So you may make your statement under Order 72.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to let me come under Order 72 to make this public interest statement. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make this very important statement on the disturbing violence attack on my constituents on Monday, November 6, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I must say I am deeply saddened and disturbed by the recent attacks on the small-scale salt miners along the Songo Lagoon enclave in my constituency. It is extremely alarming that these hard-working individuals who are simply trying to make a living have become targets of violence. Mr. Speaker, the reports I received indicated that the residents were in their designated salt mining sites, a long-held sources of livelihood since 1960s. And all of a sudden, a team of young men from Electrochem Company and a police patrol team appear at the scene and try to seize their working tools, which resulted into firing of gunshots, killing one of them, or killing one person. The day of the incident, I, together with the regional police commander and his team, visited the community and had a meeting with the chiefs and traditional leaders to assure them of their safety before proceeding together with the chiefs to the scene where the person was killed. But, Mr. Speaker, this raises serious concern about the safety and security of our local communities. This is becoming unbecoming, as residents allege that this is happening because of Electrochem's presence and operations in the area. Notwithstanding, I strongly condemn this act of violence, which has become a national security threat to life and property in my constituency. I urge the Inspector General of Police and the police services to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter and ensure that the perpetrators are brought to book, no matter how powerful and connected they are. It is crucial that the perpetrators are brought to justice and held accountable for their actions. The families of those affected deserve justice and assurance that such incidents will not be repeated in the future. While calling upon the youth and residents to remain calm I also plead with the police command to provide adequate protection and support to the communities, especially the salt winners of the communities and the entire other enclave. The salt winners play vital roles in our local economy and should not have to live in fear while carrying out their work. Mr. Speaker, I further call upon the House to refer this unfortunate incident to the Defense and Interior Committee to probe these endless brutalities and make its finding known to the House. It is essential that we create an environment where every citizen can feel safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, I therefore take this opportunity again to express my condolences to the family and friends of the disease and extend my support to all those affected by this tragic incident. Let us stand together in demanding justice and ensuring the safety of our people. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. I'll admit one comment from either side. Yes. Honorable Member Father.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by our able MP for Sege constituency in connection with Electrochem and Sege community members. Mr. Speaker, on the 6th of November 2020, I was here when I chanced on a committee report from Committee of Mines and Energy, and I saw Electrochem in it that Ada Sege Songo have been allocated to him. Mr. Speaker, I don't belong to Energy and Mines Committee. Neither Otute belong to it. So we saw it here, which we have no knowledge about it. But we saw it here and it was debated here. Mr. Speaker, the approval was given by the House, which we as individual MPs cannot do anything about it, and we cannot fight it here because the House has given approval. But today, it's like me, Comfort Doyo Kujo, and Christian Otute were the two people who brought the document here to sign and send it to Madam to come and work in Ada. Mr. Speaker, I want to state emphatically that this is a house of records. We have no hands in it. As two MPs from the area, we don't know anything about allocation. We just chance on it here. Mr. Speaker, it's good to have investors. Madam is an investor. He has been allocated a place, allocated somewhere Lagoon to work there. Mr. Speaker, we can't say we don't want investors. But my view is, when you go to Ashanti region and there is land for gold, we also have that salt as white gold. And in the Ashanti region, they didn't give the whole allocation to Ashanti gold. There was space for the other people to do galamsey there. Mr. Speaker, Sono Lagoon, even our galamsey does not pollute water. They should give a space for some of the indigenous so that they can also work to bring peace. Madam can also work. The indigenous too should work. Mr. Speaker, now it looks as if, now if they are speaking, it's like me and Otute went and brought Madam, and Madam has come to disturb them. We have no hands. We don't know anything. When the committee was working on it, we were not even invited as MPs for the area to listen to what they were allocating to him. Mr. Speaker, we are pleading to give peace a chance, because we have lost one person 3 days ago there because of this struggling, and I understand the community members because they have to work, and that's the work they have been doing since they were born. So we are pleading that a portion should be allocated to them. Already Madam himself assured us that he is going to allocate a space to them to work. Now, I've inquired, and according to his one of his spokespersons, 3 communities have benefited from the community plan, which is Nakom Kope, Agbedafo, Adjournment Kope. What about the rest? They should give them space so that they can also work and get food. That's what they do. They have nowhere to go. They are farmers. They mine there. They fish there. And once they are there, they should just accommodate them and give them space so that they can also work. Now it's like no work for them. If you ask them to leave the place, where would they go and eat? A place like Aminapa and Media, now it's like a tug of war. There is even a case in the court. I'm pleading with Madam, just go and get all those that have those cases. You have no cases with them. Cancel them. Sit with them. Embrace them. Love them. And give them space to work. You can't take all. If you take all, they will disturb you. No, the government, I don't know what happened, and they put all our eggs in one basket for him. But he himself should sit and say that they have given it 40 miles or 40 square miles to work. I'm giving you 10 kilometers square meter. Go, you should also go and work. If they are working and they are getting something small, we will have our peace. He will also have his peace. The chiefs will have their peace, and the community members will be happy with him. He should start from somewhere. When he's improving and he's changing lives, he's giving them social interventions and other things, you will see that the people in the community will be happy and work with him. So I want to take this opportunity to plead to Madam. It's he I will plead to, because it's him they have given all the land to, and it's him that is not allowing them to work in his land, because now government has given it to him. So he should just allocate some place. And I'll plead with the government that this thing shouldn't happen again, that you allocate everywhere, and then the youth, where would they go? What would they do? Are we going to employ them? Are we going to give them something else to do? We are pleading. There should be peace. We want peace. We don't want to see this bloodshedding again. A young man who has gone there to look for food, now he's in the mud because he is looking for food for his children, a wife and children. Please, Mr. Speaker, do something about it. And let's invite Madam and let's speak to him that though they are giving him the place, which me and Christian Otuta, we have no hands. We don't know anything. We just saw the document here. They have given it to him. He should just find space for the youth to work alongside with him. Then he should go along with the people in the community. He should listen to them more. He's the one holding the whole thing. So once they are complaining, listen to the complaint and come down to their level, and then make sure you go along with them. That's where you have your peace. So, Mr. Speaker, Ashanti region, there is space for Galamsey. We also want space for our people to work. Small space. Mining doesn't mean every space, every land should be occupied for one person. Just give space for them to get something. People of Aminapa now, they are like, they don't know what to do. Aminapa media, and I want to take this opportunity to plead with Madam that case, he should step in and make sure he cancel that case and sit with them we should judge, all of us should judge, so that we have our peace and work together. We like him. He's investor. He's one of us. He's black. We can't say we will be clapping for foreign investors and leave our own. He's our own. So we can't say he should leave the place entirely, but he should find space and accommodate everybody, and all of us work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thought another person from here, but you don't have any concession in your constituency. Well, let me listen to you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my colleague. Mr. Speaker, we usually complain about the fact that foreign companies come, and when they set up, in spite of the fact that we have the local content laws and everything, a lot of our indigenous persons get squeezed out of opportunities because they are not given the appropriate training to make them employable for those specific roles when those companies actually take off. Mr. Speaker, I think it's long overdue that we should have situations, given the high unemployment rate in Ghana, that whenever companies are set up, whether they are by local or foreign persons, there must be a quota for the indigenous people. And if the land that belongs to the people is being taken over for private businesses, the people whose land it is must have some kind of shareholding within that particular company, so that some of the profit that will be made from that company goes back into the community, provision of employment for people in the community, not just at the menial level, but for them to be trained, their capacity to be built, so that they can have the requisite skills to also occupy middle management and above such roles in the companies. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we keep talking about unemployment rates, but somehow we're not solving the problem, in spite of the fact that companies are opening up all over the country, taking over land that belongs to indigenous people for whatever means, and yet somehow provision is not made to build the capacity of the individuals in those communities to ensure that they have equity in whatever is done there, whether it's the land which is calculated in terms of its value in the company and profits moving forward, to ensure that the generations of persons who live in that particular area are not squeezed out of that market because they don't have the requisite skills to participate in whatever skilled labor is required in that particular industry. Mr. Speaker, that on the one side, and then on the second part of that is the violence that we're seeing in the country, where civilians are being attacked, where security personnel are also being attacked. We seem to be becoming a little bit used to this underlying criminality which is taking place, and only have outbursts when there are major incidents where we have clashes between security personnel and persons within certain communities. Mr. Speaker, a closer look needs to be taken at our everyday law enforcement to ensure that individuals are not using the security service personnel for their own agenda, and also by so doing putting our security service personnel in a very negative light, which, given what's happening in the sub-region, we do not want our security service personnel to lose that respect in the eyes of the public, nor for them to become demoralized when it comes to the point where they must put their lives on the line for the citizens of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, these issues keep cropping up, and I think that beyond constantly referring them to the Defense and Interior Committee, some action needs to be taken in real time within our daily lives as a nation to stop this trend of security service personnel being used for personal agendas, or people in local communities being terrorized by armed civilians wielding illegal weapons, as well as the communities that should be empowered and not rather driven further into poverty by companies that come and occupy their land for certain businesses without empowering the members of the community. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Members, I've been looking at the Constitution, but first, the statement asks for two things. On page 2 of the statement, the honourable member is urging the IGP to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter to ensure that the perpetrators are brought to book. So that's the part about who has committed a crime of shooting into a crowd. And then the honourable member further says that he wants the House to refer this unfortunate incident to the Defence and Interior Committee to prove these endless brutalities and big findings to the House. These are all relating to the violence allegedly perpetrated on them. But I think the more critical issue is what is being raised by the honourable member for Ada. The natural resource is supposed to be for the state. But here are indigents living by this natural resource, being on it. Yes, it belongs to the state, but the state says that without regards to these other indigents. That's why I've been looking at the Constitution. Look at Weebly, carving out a portion from what has been given out already, where the indigents actually feed. So I think in the Committee on Land and Natural Resource, first I'll direct the Minister for Interior to brief the House about the incident, how violence came to be perpetrated in that, who shot into the crowd, whether the police or the security of the private company. The Minister of Interior should brief the House on that one. After that brief, if there's a need for the Committee of Defence and Interior to look further, we will give the appropriate directions. But I suggest that the Committee on Land and Natural Resource should look at the contract document, the lease document again, visit the site, and advise the House whether it is probable or it is possible to renegotiate this is Mines and Energy. Very well. Whatever it is, I don't know whether it's lands and natural resource and mines and energy, to look at the whole leasehold agreement again and investigate and advise the House whether it is practicable to renegotiate and leave out some portion for the indigents, and whether, if that is done, whether that will affect the viability of the business or not. If not, advise so that if it is possible, Parliament may revisit the ratification that has already been done. I so direct. Yes, Honourable Honourable Ejare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if you could kindly give the Minister for Interior the date that he has to attend to the House, so that we are sure of that time. Thank you very much.
Very well. I'll direct that the Minister addresses the House within the first sitting week of December. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we already have local content laws and local content provision. It is the Minerals Commission that is charged with the implementation of the local content. Yes, no. Yes, he has allowed me to speak, so yes. So, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, can you add, you see, too often we leave the people paid to make sure this work is done, and then we take somebody else. The Minerals Commission has statutory responsibility. So, whether committee of the whole or whatever, if it will, you will be so disposed to look at as inviting Minerals Commission
whose mandate it is to come and brief this house why they have allowed that to happen. That is their work. We pay them for that.
The leadership on the feed, yes.
My colleague and senior member of the House, I can appreciate his agitation and the worry. But what the Speaker has done is the best option. Doing the appropriate referral. All these concerns about underlining local content on all these matters. Thankfully, you are a member of the Mines and Energy Committee. So at the committee level, we will be able to deal with these underlying concerns and they pool all together and then come and brief the House. So let's not jump the gun. Senior, with respect, let's not jump the gun. Let's go by the Speaker's directive and let the committee get to work.
Yes.
So, Speaker, I think this House must thank you for the directive given. And Honorable Kobna Donko did the needful by assisting the Chair to include the Mines and Energy Committee. The Speaker, once the Defense and Interior Minister, once the Interior Minister has briefed the House, and you have done the referral to the two joint committees, whether Minerals Commission, local conduct, whichever laws that will assist the committee in their investigation and their deliberations, that is within their purview. But the needful thing and the request that the honorable member wanted to do is what we have done. Because we passed the law here in the 7th Parliament. And you are saying that they should go and revisit that law, the impact on the citizens or indigents there. And if there's a need for us to revise or to revisit with the decision that was taken here, then we do. So we must thank you and Honorable Kobna. The best thing is what the Speaker has done, and it's a ruling that he has given. All that we need to do is to make sure that it's complied with, and it will bring finality to the daily suffering of the good people of Kadan or Sege. And their representative has called for that, and he has gotten it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that damage.
Yes, leader, what next?
Speaker, we are ready now to turn on to order paper addendum and take item 1. I. Speaker, let me further seek your leave for it to be done by the Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways. Speaker, with your kind leave.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, we do not have any issues with this being late. But Mr. Speaker, this is, I don't remember the last time we tried to take a loan in this house. A loan of $800 million is a lot. At least one of the deputy ministers of finance should have been here. I have no problem with the very senior colleague, the road minister, doing this. But this is, I mean, what does the road minister know about, apart from Cocoa Road, what does he know about $800 million? If we begin to say, what is it about now? Or you should give us some indication. So we will allow this one. But the next time, a loan of this size, at least one deputy minister of finance should be here to be able to tell, to do this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they can go ahead and make it.
I thought Agric is now, Cocoa is now under Ministry of Agric. Is that not right? So I'm wondering even why is the Finance Ministry that is laying the paper. But we'll continue on other paper addendum. Item 1, I. So I, and I. Yes, Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways.
Term of receivable batch trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $800 million United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2023 and 2024 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board. Request for waiver of stamp duty amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 4 million United States dollars on the receivable backed trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to 800 million United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2023 and 2024 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board. Credit agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 200 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana tree crop diversification project.
The papers are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report.
Speaker, may I seek your indulgence to say this? If it pleases you, we are the leadership of the Committee of Agrec to this referral. I think that has been the practice.
And this one, they are concerning the terms of a loan, waiver, and another terms of a loan. So I wonder what the committee, members of the Agrarian Committee will be doing in consideration of these ones.
You are right, and I don't seek to challenge you in any sense, but the bottom line is that it's cocoa. It's cocoa. And it comes directly under Agrec. And then we also have the tree crop diversification project, which is the third item. There is direct correlation. And I can see my vice chairman very eager to be part of this assignment. And clearly my colleague has no objection to that.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, you are right. It's a loan, but its utilization is about agricultural activities. So it will not be out of place for at least the leadership of the Agri Committee to be part of it. In fact, I was going to extend it that if they are going to use portion to do cocoa roads, then your Speaker yourself, your committee should have involved. But since they didn't mention, we'll limit it to the Agri Committee leadership to join them.
Very well. I can see how Honorable Ashwin is so excited about being a part of this work, but the point is well noted. I direct that the leadership of the Committee on Agric join the Committee on Finance in considering these applications for loan. I so direct.
You are most grateful.
Can I bring proceedings to a close at this point?
Speaker, with respect, having regard to the time, I'll move the House to adjourn to tomorrow, 10 o'clock, in the form. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for adjournment.
Honourable members, a motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adjourning to tomorrow, say aye. Did I hear a vote? All in favour of the House adjourning to tomorrow, say aye. All against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to Friday, November 10th, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards. Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty Macberry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, Macberry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kolibu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolibu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign.
Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625
Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Award.
We have with us the Director, Legal Affairs, Mrs. Efia Echampo-Madua. Also with us is a board member of the agency, Mr. Charles Nimako. We have with us the head of Commercial and Extension Services, Mrs. Theodora Adomako Eje. Also with us is the head of Audit, Mrs. Anastasia Menyaovo. We are also joined by the head of Public Relations Unit at the agency, Mr. Kweku Sapon Abrifa. Also with us is the head of IT, Ms. Esinu Chagbe. Joining us this morning is also the Acting Director for Community Water and Sanitation Agency, Greater Accra, Mr. Elikem Kotoku. And as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, our presenter and the reason why we are here is the Chief Executive Officer of the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, Engineer Dr. Olanyo Kwejo Siabi. On that note, Doc, I would like to invite you for your remarks, and then we'll come back for the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Information, Honorable Deputy Minister and staff of Ministry of Information,
CWSA board, colleagues from Community Water and Sanitation Agency, our partners and stakeholders, our communities who are listening to us, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today we want to take you through what Community Water and Sanitation Agency has been doing since the last time we met. But to start, so that I remind you about our mandates, we will go through introduction. We'll look at our policy reforms, key projects we have completed. The last time we met, we projected some projects we will start. We'll also give you information on the progress on those projects. Community Water and Sanitation Agency was established by an Act of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, 1998 at 564. And our mandate is to provide safe water to rural communities and also sanitation-related programs, and then also hygiene. As at the time we are having this conversation, we have supervised 31,388 boreholes fitted with hand pumps. We have 616 pipe system, what we call small town pipe systems, and then 1,308 limited mechanized systems. Our water coverage is defined in using two main methodologies. The first one is water coverage as estimated by Ghana Statistical Service, and that is as at 2021, 74.4. I believe this has improved a little. And this data includes all water services provided by Community Water and Sanitation Agency, MMDAs, NGOs, religious bodies, private sector, and self-supplies. So we will also talk about water coverage as is delivered by Community Water and Sanitation Agency. As at the end of 2022, we have a total of 62.63% access. And this access excludes self-supplies, those who have boreholes in their houses or those provided by the private sector. We only provide a little bit, just a small part of sanitation services. So CWSA is not the body that determines coverage for sanitation. That is determined by our ministry and Ministry of Local Government. So I wouldn't talk about that. Let's look at some projects that we want you to be aware of. The state, our government provided $41.5 million for us, and then we provided water systems in 11 regions, and these regions are Hafu, Bono East, Central, Western, Western North, Upper West, Upper East, Northeast, and Savannah regions. And so we are almost in all the regions. On this project, we provided 21,766 household toilets, what we call the Ignolu type. We also completed 568 institutional toilets in 224 basic schools, and we have also ensured that 947 communities have open defecation free, and then we carried out some hygiene promotion activities. I want you to have a look at our coverage. We have been able to look at the trend from 2000 to date. If you look at the coverage, the graph, you will see that from what I indicated, we still have 37.37% of communities not covered. And if you see the graph, you will see that from 2000, there has been a steady increase in access until 2015, when we had a decline. What we have been doing from 2017 to date is to stabilize and make sure that even though population is increasing, we are able to deliver safe water. In 2017, we identified that there are challenges in the sector, and the challenges resulted in a number of problems that is making it difficult for us to increase assets. There were research which showed that 10%, only 10% of communities that have access to water will have basic water services. 40% of those water infrastructure that were carried out were broken down. And then we have a number of issues that we had to deal with. There were frequent breakdown, long downtime for more than 1 month. We have high non-revenue water. You will understand that at least on average 50% of the water that is produced is lost either from illegal connections or pipe bursts or some other means. We also have, most of those communities have huge electricity bills unpaid, so we are indebted to electricity companies. And then we also have water quality challenges. I want to inform you, 30% of our groundwater resources have water quality challenges. We have issues as iron, manganese, fluoride, arsenic, and hardness. In some other regions which are close to the sea, there are salt intrusion. And all of these created challenges and reasons why communities were unable to manage their water resources and the infrastructure that we provided. We are all aware that we have issues of illegal mining, which has affected surface water sources substantially. We are seeing a lot more of contamination in our groundwater resources. The reason why we are focusing on this is CWSA uses 95% of its water sources from ground sources, and so it's a concern to us, and it's the reason why we have to undertake reforms to make sure that we sanitize the sector. Now, I want us to just show you a bit of some of the state of our water infrastructure, the reasons why we have. If you look at the photos on the left, that is what we met. On the right is what we have achieved through our rehabilitation. On the left, a number of these facilities are still in this state. And you will see on the right what we have achieved. So, to say that 40% of the infrastructure that we have, we're talking about 1,924 pipe systems. 40% of them are in this state. And so it is important that we become worried and determined to see how we can make changes to these facilities. Now, what have we done through the reforms? Out of the 1,924 water systems created by the state and are in distress, we started in 2017 and we are in 189. CWSA has been able to employ technical staff to manage 189 out of the 1,924. And we have done this in 169 districts in 16 regions. We have rehabilitated 170 out of the 189, and then we have employed a total of 1,418. In 2017, our staff level, the whole of Ghana, we were just 196. The program has been able to achieve a remarkable job creation opportunities. And all of these new staff are young people straight from the universities or then polytechnics. And these are people who are delivering the services that we are talking about today. Now, we have also made some improvements in the investments. So far, all that we have talked about, we have been able to invest year by year from 24 million to, by 2022, we have done 196 million. Our water production has increased from 1.6 million to about 9.6 million. Our non-revenue water, about 50%, we have reduced as at 2022 to 36%. Our revenue generation from zero in 2017, CWSA had not generated any revenue, but today, by 2022, annually we have done 42.9 million ourselves. And that is the reason why we had the opportunity to employ new staff and pay them from the agency. This is what we call job creation. We are not looking up to government to pay this new staff. And once we have more resources, more staff will be employed. Now, we want to look at the major projects that we have completed. I've talked about the AF, and which we did in 11 regions. We have, under that project, we completed 28 pipe systems, and we have, in Central Region, we have Papase, Esiam cluster. We have clustered most of these communities. We also have Hamili Hapa, Lambusi, Walewale, Gambaga, Narelugu, Yape, Chereponi, Guchegu, and many others. We have also completed 243 boreholes only in the Upper West region, fitted with hand pumps. We have also connected 100 communities to GWL pipelines. There is a collaboration between us and Ghana Water Limited, and we have also, so we extended the alliance to 100 communities. We have also carried out design of 17 pipe systems that are ready to be constructed. I want us to see some of those photos. That's the president commissioning one of the systems in Yape. Yape has been without water for quite a long time. You have the equipment that we use in, these are high resolution equipment that we can automate. We also have our tanks. We have also moved into, I'll show you, it's a policy in CWS now, because of increasing cost of operations, we have decided that at least 50% of our energy mix will be solar. And we are using a solar system that can operate between voltage of 80 to 800. So whether the voltage is low or high, our equipment can work. We have also tried to create offices in all of these communities for our staff. So you will see these are really new offices we are creating in communities. Now, we also have a loan of 11.5 million that was approved by government and completed a project we call 5 district water supply project in the Volta region. The Phase 3 covered Central Tongu, Adaklo, and Agotime. In total, from Phase 1 to Phase 3, we have connected 215 of these communities to pipe system. I think the government have decided to ensure that communities, many communities are linked to pipe systems instead of drilling boreholes with hand pumps. And so this is an example of just one project which serves 215 communities. We have a similar project in the Greater Accra region, one project which serves 146 communities. We have in Central region under the Wellbank project, one project serving 142 communities. This is the only way we can actually achieve the sustainable development goals. The Phase 4 of this project will cover North Tongue, Whole West, and also carried out some remedial activities in Central Tongue, Adaklu, and Agotime. The project, which was commissioned by the President in this year, July 2023, for just one system, we have laid 173 kilometers of pipelines. You will see some of those pumps. These are really high-resolution pumps that are automated. And so we are moving from the manual way of water delivery to what we call automation or digitization. We also have, on this project, we have booster stations where, because of the length of the pipes, once the pressure reduces, we have to boost before we are able to serve other communities. We have such projects in Kwelaho in the Volta region. And then we also have constructed, we will see the intake structure, which is in the Volta. This intake has a challenge because of the flooding, but we are working to make sure that within the shortest time we resolve it. So I send a message to the 215 communities that they should trust us. We are going to do everything possible to make sure that water is restored. We also have laboratories that ensure that the water we are serving is delivered safely. So that's our president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, commissioning the 5-district project at Adakluwaya in July 2023. Because of the one district, one factory project, we have noted a number of new industries along the route from Accra towards Sugakope. And so we decided to support the Greater Accra region to implement a number of projects. So we have invested 34 million to add a package plant and also extend transmission to new communities to make sure that we can improve on the water delivery. Now, this package plant has a capacity of 100 cubic meters per hour. And as I also said, it's a plant that we can automate. We are developing a center at Greater Accra region where we will bring all of those plants so we can be in our office and monitor their performance. We have also carried out in Greater Accra region a project at Kweman, 8.4 million cedis, and also at Osudoku, 1.9 million cedis. So we'll see the package plant in the Greater Accra region. We have also completed a project in MIM. MIM has been out of water for over 8 years, so we went back to reconstruct the system. Most of this system, we have to change the distribution lines and the transmission lines because they use PVC pipes. They became brittle and gave us a lot of problems. So we have to reconstruct this water system completely. And you will see that once we have a new water system, we will have new office also. And we have a beautiful, that's one of the best that you can get. And fully furnished so that our colleagues, the young engineers and accountants can have space to do their job. We also have a package plant at MIM. It has become part of our policy that because of the challenges we have with groundwater quality, we provide package plants to make sure the water delivered is safe. We have also reconstructed a water system which was broken down at Yeji several years ago at a cost of 9.6 million cedis. We have that system also has a plant, a package plant, and then also, fortunately for us, we have tried. We knew that there will be a challenge. There may be a challenge of flooding one day. So now our new designs for intakes are floating intakes. And so even though they were flooding, we didn't have a challenge in Yeji. Our intake is intact. And so I want to thank CWS engineers for that. Director of Engineering, we're grateful for that idea. And then we are making sure all our water intakes on our rivers will always be floating so that we wouldn't have any challenge. We have, as I said, for this plant, this water system, we have a package plant to make sure that the water is safe. We also have at Yeji what we call a solar farm. As I already indicated, all our energy mix, 50% will be solar, but for this particular one, 100% is solar. And so we have reduced. The last time we went through our finances, we have reduced our expenditure on energy close to 50%. We have also carried out rehabilitation at Wolensi. Wolensi is a community in the northern region. We have spent 1.5 million to carry out some extension works and to make sure that additional sources are provided. So we see the photos of the mechanized borehole at Wolensi and also the solar farm. We are making sure that at least every community that has a water system will have solar energy. And these are very, very efficient plants. Ongoing projects. The last time we were here, we projected that there were going to be projects that we will start. And we want to give you a feedback on those projects. The first is Bole. Bole was completed some time ago, but we noted the boreholes were drying as a result of climate change. And so we have to drill new boreholes. And we have also made a policy at CWSA to make sure that our boreholes will respond to climatic issues. And so we delivered 2 new boreholes that are high yield. All of them are over 300 liters per minute. Previously, we were even accepting boreholes as low as 70 liters per minute. But now, we are not accepting any borehole lower than 200 liters per minute. So we have completed that project. It's almost 98% complete. And I believe by close of this year, we will finalize. Contractor is gradually demobilizing out of the place. So you will see the features of that borehole mechanization, and also on the right side is the solar farm. And in the northern part of Ghana, there's so much solar energy, so we are taking advantage of that. We have a project called Rural Water Utilization Project. We got some money, 5.4 million grants from Conrad Hilton Foundation, and we agreed to spend this money at Mpoho and Wassa Dunkwa in the western region. Expected that 15,000 people will benefit. We were able to start the Wassa Dunkwa project. It's now 85% complete. We had a challenge with Mpoho. In fact, we have tried everything possible. We had a problem with groundwater. We were getting water, but it wasn't enough. And so we have to go a distance, I believe somewhere 20, 25 kilometers away. And thank God we've been able to cite some groundwater resources there. The issue now is because we have moved a little bit further away, all of the communities along that route will be supported. So I want to communicate to my communities at Mpoho that they will have their water. Now, on the Wassa Dunkwa, we are also providing hybrid pumps. The hybrid pumps come with solar farm, and this will provide uninterrupted water supplies. We are also putting in package plants to make sure that at least the water is safe in any season. So you will see we also have an office building and then also our tanks. We have also noted that in the central region, because of the challenges that all of us as a country we are giving to our rivers, we depended on Ghana Water Limited to provide water in a 70 million project that we carried out in central region. But unfortunately, because of the challenges, Ghana Water is unable to provide that. They themselves were not able to provide for themselves. So our board has agreed, and we are spending money in central region to look for new sources. We are on top. We have done the phase 1. A number of boreholes were drilled, and we have done mechanization. And all of these new sources have solar farms, and they come with hybrid pumps. And so you will see on the right side the photos of the installation of the pumps is ongoing, and then also the pump house. I believe within a month, all of this will be completed, and our communities along that enclave will have improved access to water. We have also identified that Ejura in the Ashanti region has challenges. That system has almost collapsed, and so we took up the challenge and we spent 16.3 million cedis. The project is about 85% complete. We are hopeful that by the close of this year, that project will be done. I want to show you some of the components. On the left side, we have the mechanized system, the pump houses, and on the right side, the CWSA office at Ejura. When CWSA took over also water system management, we had some issues. If you are familiar with also, it's a mountainous area, a very good scene, but difficult for water production. You have to manage the pressure properly, otherwise you will have issues with low or too high pressures. And so we took a decision. We were in also for 2 years trying to figure out the design. We have completed that design and we have started. The board has given approval and we are spending 40.1 million cedis at also water system. The job is 42% complete, and we're going to have the boreholes are already there. We have hybrid pumps that come with solar energy. We are also doing 80 kilometers of pipe laying within also alone. 80 kilometers of pipe laying. And by the time we are done, this project is supposed to end. We will complete by December 2024. You will see some of the components that are being done, the pipes being laid on the left side and the right side, the valve chambers, and then also those equipment, heavy-duty vehicles, clearing the site for some other components. We have also, as promised, started our construction of the Asankragwa water system. It has been there for a long time. We are carrying our reconstruction completely because we have to change all the PVC pipes to HDPE pipe. That project is 45% complete, and we started in 2022, and we're going to spend 24.7 million cedis on that project. I also want to let you know that all the projects that we're talking about now, all of them, the new projects, they are all financed by government. It's our own funds. We didn't borrow money from anywhere. Government of Ghana and CWSA. We are also providing solar hybrid pumps and solar farms. We will also lay pipes, a total of not less than 75 kilometers in Asankragwa alone. We can also see the photos of ongoing projects. We have the tank and then the office, and then also the pipes are being laid, and then the pump house. We also have our construction going on in Tumu. Tumu is in Upper West region. There was a water system there when I was in Upper West as the regional director. That system collapsed, and we have to reconstruct it. We signed a contract last year in November 2022 at a total of 19.2 million, also from Government of Ghana and CWSA funding. That project is 70% complete. I believe it's supposed to be completed by June next year, but I believe by March thereabout next year, we should be commissioning that project. Now, in Tumu, maybe a highlight on some of we have some boreholes, they have been drilled already. We are also installing solar farm, and we are using hybrid pumps. And I'm telling you, these hybrid pumps are a little bit much more expensive than the normal ones we know, but they are worth it because they give us an additional benefit. So we can see some of the projects, the office, CWSA office, and then a pump house is being constructed. We can also see the pipes, the HDPE pipes being joined, and then we also have one of the water systems. One of the elevated tank on the left side. We also have Goso water system. Goso is a regional capital now. Sometimes we just want to differentiate between the water system Community Water and Sanitation Agency is managing and those that are being managed by Ghana Water Limited. We have recognized that Goso is a regional capital, and so we decided, the board approved that we reconstruct that system completely. And we carried out the design. We went through about 2 years of designing. That work has started. We're spending 49.3 million Ghana cedis, also under GOG and CWSA funding. We have done 20% of that work already. And we are hoping, God willing, by December 2024, that project will be completed. And also, we are laying 90 kilometers of pipelines. And we're constructing some huge elevated tanks, two elevated tanks of 200 cubic meters in total. And then some boreholes. We are also providing treatments for all that water system. Let's see some of the photos of works ongoing. That's a site for one of the tanks. They're going to have a mat foundation to make sure that nothing can create a challenge for the stability of that. Honorable Deputy Minister, because of the challenges of our development globally, we also have issues that we have to deal with using technology. And so CWSA has adopted a number of measures to make sure that within our reforms, we are able to keep to applying automation or digitization to make life easy for ourselves and our customers. We have employed SmartTap on a number of our standpipes to reduce congestion. We have applied automated pumps. The pumps we are using now are automated, and the package plants are fully automated. We are applying solar energy, and then we have also developed softwares ourselves to manage our operations. Internally, we have induced our staff to make sure that we participate in reforms. We set up a platform, we call it Technology and Innovation Learning Platform, to motivate CWSA staff to apply research in problem solving. 60 of our staff have signed up in this program, and we have achieved a lot. I just want to mention 3 of it. We have been able to develop and design a map which can separate, which is able, in the central region, one of our colleagues, Dr. Osiakwan, has been able to develop a map to separate seawater intrusion from fresh water. So in central region, you can decide to drill water which is fresh, or if you want salt water, you drill it where you want. So we have that map. You just go there, and then there is that boundary which is carefully designed, determined on the map. What we are doing is to make sure that we convert that map into an app where you don't need a map anymore. You just go there. With your phone, you can determine where you are going to drill, whether they will have salt water or not, or you will have fresh water. We have also, our engineers, very young engineers, have come up with a concept to digitize our pipelines. Most of the old pipelines, you have to search. You may not even know where they are. And so what is happening is our young engineers have been able to develop a process where we will digitize every pipeline and their components so that when we are not there, they shouldn't have problem determining where the lines are. There is also one of our colleagues, Dr. Atukwansa, has been able to develop a pollution risk assessment and safeguard for ensuring that safe water is produced. We have also we have signed memorandum of understanding with a number of universities. I will just focus on what we are doing with KNUST. We signed the memorandum of understanding to have cooperation in several areas, training for our staff, and then also research. And I want to talk about two of the research that we have carried out. One is a research to apply artificial intelligence in non-revenue water management. We have noted that it's becoming difficult to manage illegal connections. And so, together, CWS, we developed the concepts, and KNUST is building the robot. There's a robot that will flow in water under pressure. The robot has been developed. In fact, we met last 2 weeks. It has been developed. And we will launch this next year. And so we will invite all of you to come in and be part of it. Once this robot is effective, what happens is that we will launch it in the pipeline, and then it tells us those joints, or what we call nodes, that are created by illegal people. Those that we created ourselves, we will have it in our system. And so we will be able to identify those nodes that are created by others. And then the robot will send us a signal and the location. We can go there and disconnect it. The second one is developing package plants. We have noted that the cost of package plants is becoming a nightmare for us. So KNUST is helping to also develop package plants using materials that are here that we have been using even from those that we import. In conclusion, I only want to draw attention that the recent flood also have issues, and we send a message of hope to our communities. We have a problem in Yeji. Some of our standpipes have submerged and some of with our equipment, but fortunately for us, our the pumps are still working. In Adidome, we have an issue with the intake, and that system serves 215 communities. We are doing everything possible to make sure that we restore water delivery. It's intermittent. There is also a challenge with electricity problem over there. So we are doing everything to make sure that that problem is resolved. But in the meantime, we have asked our colleagues in those regions to use other means, and they are already doing it, using our tankers to provide services, especially in Mepe, Osudoku. In Osudoku, our intake has collapsed, has submerged completely. But we are strengthened because we have an idea that these disasters have given us an idea about how to redesign our systems. Instead of getting our treatment plants close to the source, we will send the treatment elsewhere and use floating intake. Honorable Deputy Minister, I want to assure Ghana that CWSA is committed to achieving a new mandate, and we want their support. And I also want to appreciate the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, CWSA Governing Board, our staff, hardworking staff, our development partners, our communities, our customers, the media, and the Ministry of Information. Madam, I'm so grateful for your time and the opportunity you have given us to engage Ghana. God bless you for all this assistance.
Another round of applause for engineer. I'm always excited to sit in a presentation by Engineer Wolanyosi for one reason. I believe at every opportunity he's able to outline the problems, but not only the problems, but has found solutions for every single rural water problem that we have in the country. I was particularly impressed by the fact that where they saw challenges with the cost of electricity or the reliable electricity supply for generating or producing water, they have tried to just use solar energy as an alternative source to be able to get a reliable electricity supply to produce water. And that is very impressive. Also, I was excited about the fact that the expansion is not just cosmetic, but it has led to the creation of in excess of 1,200 jobs, moving from 196 staff nationwide to 1,418 staff. That is something that is so commendable. It is also interesting to note that where you have collapsed infrastructure, you are not thinking about starting new ones, but also renovating some of your facilities from Bole to Asankragwa and so on and so forth. Let me hasten to add that sometimes when we don't hear of problems in water supply, we don't see those stories on TV, we don't see a lot of people complaining about water. It is as if, okay, God has given us water all around us, we have the rivers, everything, but really we don't think government has contributed anything in terms of turning those resources into something that we can use in the meantime. But if you listen to the presentation carefully, you would realize that every single thing that the agency has done is to make sure they take calculated steps, plan, and look at communities that are in need of water and put the infrastructure in place so that they can get drinking water. So it is not just by chance, or it is not just that government has not done anything about water. We are just blessed with water all around us. But it's because some very good people at the agency and other agencies with such responsibilities are working so hard so that they can get adequate water for all our communities. Finally, one other point that I would like to highlight is the 5-district water project that Doctor mentioned about. If in a point in time we are able to provide water for 215 communities in Central Tongu, Adaklu, Agoti, Meziope, and now working on the phase 4 at North Tongu and Ho West, I think those are so impressive, and the agency deserves another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we'll take your questions. If you have any question, kindly show by hand. We'll bring the microphone to you. You mention your name and affiliation, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ataminsa from GNE. Yes, as Doctor rightly said, all the funding from all the projects that they have undertaken are funding from the government of Ghana and then from the agency internal generated funds. I want to know, from 2017 to date, how much has come from the government to support your infrastructure? Then how much has the agency generated to also support its infrastructure? If you can separate them for me. 2, as you rightly said, 30% of the underground water has challenged with contamination, iron, phosphorus, and other chemicals that contaminated the water. I want to know specific measures that the agency has undertaken to sanitize it, to make it safe for us. Then 3rd, we have individuals that drain mechanized borehole and sell the water to people. and generate funds for themselves. I want to know whether those individuals are supposed to secure permits before drilling, and then if they are also paying any levy to the agency, since they are also making money out of their national resources, because water is a resource for the nation. So whether they are paying levies to the agency. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Anna.
Good morning, Doc. One of my questions has been asked by my colleague, but no problem. We have a lot of rainfall in this country. A certain period in... Sorry, my name is Anapoku from Daily Searchlight. I'm sorry. We have a lot of rainwater, some seasons or some months in this country. As I'm talking to you now, it's raining very heavy in the surrounding part of the country. Now, do you have plans to harvest the rainwater? Because elsewhere in the developed world, they're able to, as it were, harness the rainwater for reuse in future. Because you're talking of contamination of the groundwater. Is there any plan for the community, your agency or whatever to, as it were, harvest the rainwater for reuse in future? My second question. We all are experiencing the spillage of water from the Bagri Dam, recently Akosombo and, Pong. Now, can we do something about it from your professional or technical point of view or advice? What can be done, as it were, to contain this water for future use like the rainwater? Because I don't think we have to let the water go waste, causing destruction and devastation to communities and people in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions.
My name is Abdul Hanan Adam. I work with GH1 TV. Engineer, I'd like to find out from you. You are spending a lot of money, over 27 million in Asakirigua. Asakirigua, I've visited as a mining community, and there's a lot of illegal mining activities going on there. You also mentioned Central Region. I've also been to a mining community in Asinkushia. It is considered the cleanest city in Ghana. But unfortunately, there's a lot of devastation in terms of illegal mining and pollution of water, and again, cocoa farms. If you are spending these huge sums of money in facilitating potable water for communities and small towns in these areas, have you considered the devastation of illegal mining in this area? And why are you still investing this money into these communities, even though we've also been told that a lot of these illegal mining activities is affecting newborn babies and even adults in some of these communities? Thank you.
We can take 2 more questions if there are any hands. If not, John.
Thank you. My name is John Awuni Kesvin. When the engineer was speaking, he mentioned that about 37.37 communities has not been served. I wanted to know from the time he took office, what was the percentage? And now that we are 37, when are those communities going to be served with community water? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Clangston. I work with Asasi Radio. When the engineer was delivering his speech, he made mention that misappropriation of funds is a challenge they are facing. I want to know how they are tackling it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I'll invite Dr. Siabi back for his responses.
Honorable Deputy Minister, we have designed our plan in such a way that my colleagues can also help me. And so, the directors, if you want to help. Okay. Thank you, Director of Finance. I have already been provided with, you want separate figures concerning how much CWS is spent on these projects. I really have to thank the government. They are doing a lot. Ministry of Finance is helping a lot. The projects that we have talked about, Ministry of Finance is providing 486 million cedis. All the projects there are many other projects that we have not talked about. And Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister knows if we want to be talking about them, we won't leave here. These are just the bigger ones. In almost all the 189 communities, there are works going on. So Minister of Finance has provided 486 million in contracts, and we are seeing how this will be done. CWSA has provided 196 million. And what we try to do, all the water systems that we are managing, we, apart from payment of salaries to our staff, we put the rest into rehabilitation. And mind you, we have 1,924 water systems, and we have to focus on all of that. So this is the breakdown. Yes, there's a question about water quality problems. We have noted, yes, all of these challenges we have. The minerals in groundwater has been placed there for purpose, but what we are doing, let me just give an example. The rock that we extract gold from also contains sulfur and arsenic. Now, gold is unreactive. That is why it's easy to extract it. When you extract it, you leave the sulfur and then the arsenic. Arsenic is poisonous. And so we are seeing arsenic in the groundwater. It's just because when you extract it, you leave it in the ground, and then it gets into the groundwater. What we have to do, we are not the agency mandated to police our water resources. What we do is that we extract it. This question, I had a conversation with the Deputy Minister about this. And so what we try to do is that no matter how bad the water is, we make sure we treat. And that is why you will see that in all the projects that we are doing, we have provided for water treatment, packaged water treatment. Packaged water treatment solutions are just like a plug-and-play kind of solution. You put it there within one day you can connect it and start using it. And they are designed for specific contaminants. And so we are providing all of this in all the communities we are working in. The individual supplies, you will see the difference between the Ghana Statistical Service figure of 74.4% and our 62.63%. The difference is the individual supplies. And I believe most of you have boreholes in your houses. If they are not of good quality, you are creating challenge for your families. What the government has done is, when we proposed our policy and it got to Cabinet mandated us, requested that, in fact, there was, when we appeared before the subcommittee, they requested that we take charge to see how we can look at individuals who have water supplies in their homes. Sometimes it's everybody is tempted to think that, oh, it's my own water and I do what I want with it. But the children, even you yourself, you are a property of the state. So you can't kill yourself by using bad water. So they have asked that we develop, as part of our policy, measures to take account of individual water supplies. And once it gets there and is passed, we will look at it. What we have proposed is that we will ask everybody in your house, we will monitor the quality of your water supplies. Annually, you will go and carry out some tests. We'll show you how to go about it. And we'll show you where to send your samples and how to collect the samples. When you test, we will see the results. If it's okay, we will tell you can use it. If it's not okay, or if the results have been doctored, we will collect the samples ourselves and go and test. And then we will advise you accordingly. Either we close the boreholes or we ask you to continue using this. And you will do that for a period. Cabinet is only trying to protect the health and the safety of Ghanaians. And I believe that all of us will cooperate with that. The spillage. There's a question about rainwater. Yes, in some other developed countries, rainwater is harvested. We have also tried before in CWSA, under projects sponsored by Danida in the Volta region. There are about some communities that we provided only rainwater. The facilities are still there. So it is also plan of our policy to try this. And what we can do is, especially in remote communities, the plan is that we will support them. That plan has not started yet because the policy has not been fully rolled out. When it starts, we will assist. There's a question about the spillage. And I believe in the developed countries in Europe, there are programs where large underground reservoirs are created in such a way that they reduce the flooding. We can also do that in Ghana here. But before we do that, there's something we have to do. It's because of the way we are doing our development, the illegal mining and all that. Our channel, the river channels have clogged. So it's that assuming the channels are not clogged, most of the water which we are seeing or appearing as flood will have stayed in the channels. And so there is a decision that was taken at Water Resources Commission where they have started desilting some of the tributaries of the Volta River. And I believe that when that is complete, the issues related to flooding will also go down. But the excess, we'll find a way to see how we can. The other one is to see where, again, we can put a dam. When we do that, at least the flow into the Volta River will also reduce. These are all measures that we can do. Asankragwa, yes, they are doing mining there, but you see, the fact that the communities are doing mining, it doesn't mean government will leave them out. It's not everybody who is doing the mining, so government has access to go there and support them. And that is why we are carrying out the water system there. We are reconstructing completely. We believe that the authorities that will deal with the illegal miners will deal with them. It's not everybody. And so what we are doing there is to make sure that we provide treatment so the safety of the water we deliver can be assured. It's true, there are a lot of effects of water quality on babies that are not born, those that are born, women. I was explaining recently that, yes, everybody thought iron doesn't have effect on anybody. It's only women and children. Women, because the 1 year cycle, they lose blood. So iron is a component of hemoglobin. And so every month, women are able to recycle. Even if they have overloads, they also have that recycling of the overloads in the system. Doesn't give them problem. But men have problem with iron. And I'm telling you, when you consume, a lot of men who are exposed to iron, maybe in the industries where iron is absorbed through the skin or in drinking in excess, you can have challenge with your system. And the men will understand if I say your system. You will understand. You will be walking around, but, they will tell you that you are not man enough. And so, yes, I believe you understand. Great. So I think and we have, arsenic causes cancer. Okay, manganese can reduce the IQ of children to 0. And so we are really concerned in CWSA. And you will see that is why we are investing. Look, this child, even if it's one child, we have to invest to make sure that we deal with that problem. I don't know how much value we can place on one child. It's more than all the investments we are making. And so it's the reason why we are making every effort, and our body is supporting us to make sure that wherever we go, we provide treatments. And we are using the application of package plans to do that. And it's also the reason why we are collaborating with the universities to make sure that we do more research. The 37%, we are on it. We are trying hard solving the problem. We are engaging. We have asked government to give us $250 million, which we will apply in every region. If we get that money, we will solve substantially the problems we have concerning the 37% of people who are not covered. So I believe there is hope. the government has said they will provide the resources. Misappropriation of funds, I mentioned it when we were talking about community ownership and management. And it's one of the reasons. You know, communities, there are few of them who are managing on behalf of the communities. They don't account to everybody. They don't account to the assemblies. But they believe that they are working in the interest of the communities. And once these projects or these infrastructure collapse, they run back, especially the MPs. They run back to the MPs during election times and put pressure on you. If you don't do this, we won't vote for you. And so it has become a cycle, and this is what we want to avoid. We want our MPs to have peace of mind and legislate, all right, so that we can also focus on that. So it is. Now, all the systems that we are managing, there are no problems about people asking that if you don't bring this, we won't vote for you. Thank you. Do you want to say anything? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please, if you have any follow-up questions, this will be the last round. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't saying government should not invest money in Asankragwa, but I was asking about the fact that based on scientific and medical research that has been conducted, that you would end up investing money again into water treatment, because you've highlighted that 70% already of groundwater has challenges, and lead, iron, and all these things that you've mentioned are already captured in some of the research that has been conducted by various universities, including the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. But then, how much goes into water treatment, especially during the times that we find ourselves? And again, I'd like to find out from you, what is the state of the Tamale water project? Because it's been almost 4 years since government or the president cut short for the construction of the Tamale water supply project.
Yeah, and that's for Ghana Water Company, urban water. They are into rural water. Okay.
Once again, I'm up, Doc. You did say that there are some challenges. I want to find out from you, how much loss do you make in a year in terms of people who steal the water from your systems? Because you say you're going to employ some robot to check illegal connections here and there. So in a year or so far, how many losses you have made in terms of water stealing?
Okay, thank you for the question.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Ataminsa Jenny, I want to add to what Nana said. I want to find out the current debt stock of the agency and how did they come about, and measures the agency is putting up to pay off those debt. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any hands, especially the ladies, if you have a question, I'll give you all the time. Okay. So I take that to be the last question. So we invite Engineer back for his responses and concluding remarks.
Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much. And please, I also didn't say that you have forbidden us to invest in Asankragwa. No, the question was why we are putting those facilities. And I was just explaining because of the water quality challenges and also the effects that you have said. We understand really how it can affect all of us. And it's the reason why we are putting in those resources. Karen, let me also share this with you. We are, see, the problem with removal of minerals using packaged plants is quite different from how water is treated using conventional treatment plants. Okay. So you have to identify the challenge, the mineral you want to remove, and see specific processes. There is this research that we are doing with University of North Carolina, and then also World Vision. And the focus is only on lead. We have noted that lead is becoming an issue in Ghana. It's something that we don't want to be talking about. It's the sources that we have sampled is about 10%. And when it goes beyond that, we have to be alarmed. And lead is poisonous. Okay, so once, and the focus of the research is to see how do we remove it. The removal is what is important. And then once we know the process, then we will look at this and redesign the package plan to make sure that lead can be taken off. So all the other chemicals we are dealing with, the elements, we have studied. Myself, I studied iron and manganese. We have done that. We are talking about arsenic, we're talking about lead and all of that. So we have to, for us, I don't know how much we can place on the health. And these things is cumulative. When you are getting old, that is when you will break down completely and just die off. That is why we are investing so much money and making sure that internally we understand the problems and then we are able to solve it. So far we have provided a lot of investment in 2018 alone, we invested close to 35 million just for existing a water system to make sure that those that are not having safe water, we provide water treatment plants. And we are, for now, it has become part of our policy. And because we are able to project, even if you take the sample and you analyze and you think that it's okay, we are able to project how it can, the highest level, the lowest level, and all of that. So we make provision to make sure that we don't compromise. We have to subject ourselves to Ghana standard, authority standard. Ghana, we have our own standards. And so we are doing that. Now, the losses, I projected that by 2022, we are around 36%. So what it means is if we pump 1 million cubic meters of water, 36% is lost. It's a big problem. You can imagine. So if we can find a resource and invest and reduce the losses, it's like money coming back to us. And we started that. 2017, we recorded 50%. In fact, there was a report we had in 2017. We took samples and data from Tumu water system. We had 70% losses. And it's the reason we are reconstructing that system, because the lines are completely down. We have been able to move it from 50% to 36%. That's a lot. But our target is that we should be able to reach something around 20%. In developed countries, they have something close to 5%. So once we are reducing this, we are able to make sure to improve on our efficiency. And it's one of our key performance indicators that we signed with SIGA. So we subjected ourselves to that. They will be monitoring how much how we are doing related to non-revenue water. So from 50 to 36, I think is good. That's the average. There are some regions that are actually doing around 25%. Our debts. We don't accumulate debt. We have tried not to accumulate debt. What we have done is to engage Ministry of Finance to make sure that we agree with them on the projects that are priority and to provide resources. So we will have wished that debt is not a bad idea. It's not really bad. If we have 250 million that I'm talking about, it will become debt. But I am telling you, if we receive that money, we will be able to put it into communities and make sure that we produce water, generate the revenues, and then we can use it, either pay for the loan or use it to invest in other communities. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, we want to thank the Ministry of Information, particularly the Honorable Deputy Minister, I remember the last time, she facilitated. It's not only during the press briefing, afterwards we talk about how we have to carry the issues we have talked about to a point. And so you will see that we were just following up on what we gave the last time, what we said we will do, and what we are doing. We are very grateful. And this platform is a very big one. It is not only in Ghana, elsewhere. And we want to thank the minister and the deputy minister for creating this platform. I believe that it is also helping us to reach out to communities and for them to know exactly what is happening, not only in their communities, but elsewhere. You will see that there's project happening in every part of Ghana, and we are very happy with that. I also want to thank our board of directors. They have been very supportive. In fact, this is a board that when you send a project there, they will approve it. Anything else apart from project, you have to explain and explain and explain. And so I have to thank them. And it is because they have agreed. That is why we are here. I also want to thank our ministry. They have been very supportive, very, very supportive. They have made it possible for us to carry out the reforms that we have. And then our colleagues, especially our young ones, they are coming to take over from us. I am proud of them. Because of them, we are doing all of this. The internal research we are doing, the map that we have created, the digitization, and pollution risk assessment, I am very grateful. I'm indebted to them. All the other 60 applicants who are on the program, we are very, very hopeful. There are many other things we will come and show to the public what these young people are doing. And I believe in them. And I trust that they are the people who will take us to the next level. I want to thank the media. I am grateful for your time always. And we believe that whatever we have discussed here will be communicated to Ghana. I bless you. And I believe God will also bless you. Thank you.
So that was Engineer Dr. Wolanyo Kwejosiabi from Community Water and Sanitation Agency. On behalf of the Minister of Information, Honorable Kojopon Kroma, management and staff of our ministry, we would like to express our profound gratitude to Community Water and Sanitation Agency for always making good use of this platform. And you have our assurances that always we will do our part to make sure people get to know what is happening at the agency. To the press, thank you once again for sitting in and the continuous support, especially to the production team from GTV for the live coverage and for all those who are carrying the story on your various platforms and on the front pages tomorrow. And to the public, thank you. This is Community Water. So much is happening, and we pray that you will help us spread the word. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramian the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Enjoy the tasty Macberry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Macberry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Kolibu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolibu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
On Everyday People today, I am speaking to one gentleman called Richard, and he tells us more about what he does. He's actually a phone repairer. Let's just get to know what he has for us on this episode of Everyday People. My name is Victoria Chebafo. See, we are now
for beginning, you need a person me moving actor. The Dimitri movie ni be fine. But producers na Ghana na Fana and Kano. odu twa was a cop meflow. Obebano, one flow be Bauhian with the air. No afro. But I say be your best floor, say be a Usika ne came with Jawadi dear. See, Nam Papa Crabu, or say there be having come Kucha movie, I mean, face come Mefi. It you know, a Jumanus was a bay bassa antino. As I mean, many, Bomo frame by men cop.
Even now,
Cry be frame. Say, Memra, near Juma, or no per se. Oba, kwa empty. You see, so the sad in your chum. Easy. If you dear a binifie na school sermon so me call ya do form 1 na me nana ya de meto na na ehwe me minyi ya na me si so de mantena me fada ne me maame nchen na me ria me di be 10 years or 9 years na me go so ria ofo na me ria ofo ma eyo obi a 70 mpon sole nante etime nana no anti scare na me maame ebeto me twene ne so one me fada tinom de omo won kran ha timetimi aka se me nana ba no na hwe me pa o no hwe mu school edwale ye no kire me ebedu e na mini ho nti dwale sei ye ni sei ebedu baabi ono an na kire me ani eden kwa mefa so amenante iti once a while bi omo wodem mani ba omo so na me nante afia edem ho ababo abonten to ono kire me sani ya medwale ne we me kwa me fa so na me si me niema ni nyina ono an na kire me nti school sem no be ko ya du pieces ana mbe ko form 1 that times na me na yale ti a trezam sewie ani ebe makwa no muden kraba se me na ewu tu owu ye na ye kwa yie ba ye be ye bibi awie ye senka me koto aso no ene ko ba se ye nto school atale ye foforo na form 1 hons na ye ko na afi na o masi ye school da na wi enti no obi anto na konwa ena books me papa enya se sika na ama me ena me nana be ma no no so te ase wan fi mi eti na ase school mi di school atadada no ana eko me konso mi nya book nturo ebi won so amede kom yo fiti anopa to enumere na mi nidi ebi wa ma mi bi onu so afi ye freni makarama ona ni kun didi na ebika na makwaji ne madi timisha de wa de na ye wo ho na anu odin because asem ma mi mfi me
tanene problem so
etian kama nkwanta na chese asem hu ni se obi a fi mi bi sika mma ni hu de menye ekom so de me komi na na be man wa me na na be man no oton waduru om friend wo chiman no oton oye pharmacy me ko ho so ni sika de mami edi mi sorry me sister bisika ya friend e fiampofo a the boy e de soma me se me fan command na 15 cd timbi jiska no mate se baby de akra a wo ba eye den ya obitumi a survive ntino be jiska no ma mfa nko ma me sister no na me fa ka anajo be ye 8 timbedu snas na abo 10 na minya akra ka ti akra oba wo be si mi wo achimota na afi no mo ye kwan no ti na yim futuru fuka mbeda abontin mi hufi me da abontin sensu to ana hweme ti me da abontin wa achimota wo san adechi na minika me hye no ne ya chemu mienu
so how many years
oh me da abontin wo ho be 3 months ti me da ho na me ko Achimota old station on first na ho no mu nyina lodu ho me ko old station o mo san se Accra me se ade Accra ko na me ba no wan fama me du ana enti ade a me ye ni se o mo pa ya Accra no mo kwa na mi nantidi ka na chi mi trezi ti ka ne be san me ho Accra na mi trezi kwan no ti mi trezi ya de mi be si Independence Square ha timbedu am say ha na GTV for kan news na ya na da o machi na sa ha yen kran timya am say na me chi abo am say na epo no wen an na me hwehwe fesu no si wa epo no da kira ha ya timi ko na ya say epo na am so ma ba Accra me wa Accra ti data am no so me beda center ade chi ni ya wi am mpaboa me so wu wi am mpaboa wa wi am nan mi timi nante unya fa me mpaboa wa kunu me nante nko ba bia ahya no metna ade chi me mpaboa idam si ye mawu timi nante ya ba mbeto madam fu bi efre ni yima that time no ye shoemaker o ye shoe shine
so ye shoemaker juma
o fa me se ni nua o me mpaboa no no kosesa no koto paboa ene me be ye pe sisa matale e ma mi ko dwale ye to blush se mi nkotwi me se to fa me se mi nua na me ni ye adwuma wo ahya
shoemaker juma so mo ye no for
o shoemaker ndi ye chei
tina odan ye
na me da bontin wo station anti uko station akam 2 station on ma omu nyina ni edi om de frame ayi pozo omu nyina ni mi station ha de obi ni mi pozo
so how many years are we free we on me bank kind
oh me ba ha de sesi metimi aka se me number 19 years
19 years no apart from the shoemaker any phone repair no penny eduma wa ya
enu na mbenya akwanya na me active film you introduce me the co movie your friend Daf or the make on Yankonton film production timini eja ko mu ne lewen mu akorobatu mu nyina atwitwa bi
so at what point now we decided to have the phone na be
onu yima na na kire madwuma no o kire madwuma bi no onya akonya no watu kwan
to ni Ghana
oni ha no watu kwan tutu kwan na de akoye ne se ese no me ntimi nka me kwatena kwan ho asirisiri skandi mba me tirimu poda me ba na me da bonten kura na me ho kire me inshallah man tres kwan ho asirisiri kada man fan shim timi sinya sa na nyame ye me nyame wodi me be ye
so hanu say when they ha ma
do ade ma me de ye friend eja bedu ono so ton covers wani mu ya nanka eye me fo ni mpeso mbepne so bo mo ba na oni omo de esi ani tekiti nyina omo betwa na mini sa 2 cd na no peso one meko ena no eja bedu na ni omo de si ani sa ade ntomu hu nipa mobo aha na me nso metim nipa na nkotena kwan ho ansirisiri sika aha no no nso ye bibi nkakanka se bibi be kona no no de bi ahwe ne ba no
phone no sha seseta enya be how many years
oh phone de metim akasa ache eno a me de hwe me ho
in a day utuminya phones and na wa repair
oh sometimes I rehu buwa zero kula
nti eba ni sana ye de
de aye na me de kom
odo e kom beda
ben shiranka madam won se wiase de wo ho na se wuti wanim e manipa na se uyi uyem ya de mu obi a me obi a me nkan tu me ho me obi an kan pesa me buan kofo pa me ya yemu ye madam fu bi e frɛ ne kɔ nyame nhira no ɔno na sɛ me ho kyere me a pa na metu m'ani nto bi a me mfrɛ me fada me mfrɛ bi a na ma frɛ kɔ ɛkɔ chali bi a me dade e station a wo hu kra nya akɔ no
ntu ni dan a wo dem that station na wa don funa na ni yesu de kana no ni dan na
ɔno so na ɔda abɔnten ha hɔzela man abontin
in the past 19 years now back abontin na wada sa
abontin sa
ti say you fan say so ta we den
me da kiosk bi mu wo ha na me ka say udu kra de we anim na ye no yem be hihyew aka kra na abu
sisi obi ba na say o say o akonya bi wo anka ifa na ko be pese obenya akonya no de
deɛ mpɛ sɛ boafo bi ba so ɔbɛboa me a ka mepɛ sɛ meyɛ container pɛ sɛ meyɛ shop because you see sɛ megya ha no mu sɛ mekɔtɔ adeɛ a nnipa no antena ase antwɛn me a mɛba na asɛm aba na ɔma bɛsesa phone so no ɛwɔ because of that nti phone me in charge nti phone repair ne nko a ɛsɛ one base ti sɛ phone repair ni bi a ma na ɛsɛ wo kɔ empty ba sɛ bi anka mayɛ shop no ɛna anka me charge phone so na deɛ a ebi anka phone repair na ma ɛden wo ba bi charge ni phone so na anka ne okufia wanya bi ato bia ɛna ba bi a me da nso nyɛ ɛno hu nti me mma kura betena me nkyɛn na me mma betena me nkyɛn afi mu a no kwala 3
no
Mama, baby, I'm a Danny, a blabo, no send you more than Tino. When's the service? Sorry to say, money be paid the other. So, Tino, or to Emma be a meeting in Tinema 26 December, ya car bomb me ba, Bema. I'm working.
Sorry.
26 December, ya highway, Sisua. Ghana police went to me and ya the papa be Angie. Adibia wo nipa no honko amfa ama no yekosi akwala ne wie ye omo se foolish geese enye nipa na ode ka ne bo akwala ne fort demu we akwala ketwa na ka ne bo ne fort
no how many
6 years entin kaminya baby papa te dia ka nusu mani beje sen we am man be ben mi.
That was the story of Mr. Richard. If you have any help that you think you can give out to him, please reach out to GhanaWeb, or you can send anything that you have to editor@ghanaweb.com. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Cheibafo. See you some other time.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards. Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty Macberry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, Macberry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Kolibu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolibu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
On today's episode of Everyday People, I have with me Madam Dora. She is a maize seller and has been selling maize for over 10 years. Let's listen to her story. Auntie Dora, good afternoon. Now, what to say? Oh, maize nana.
Enwana me.
How many years?
Ache.
Now, in the business to say.
Business, yehu shimpo. Yehushi first na nka mekofa metime ton ade metime kofa no ma 5 no bottle ba ko be ne makofa 78 eno krensa enti shabra ayo nyama no amoyadi
Pacho now started
o se me started
business ne like.
Oh, time I start here, no business in here. By Siciano and Co. See, as first met me, I got 2 million, 3 million meton. By Siciano, I farmer far 70, 80, and so.
Ma'am Pacho, what pushed you into maize business? No, in over 10 years.
Yeah, bravo. And I appear machine. Nienta manko school ankwini mitena nkrofo nche be chen mi hwa emboa mi e wo se mi amenye mejuma entina me de mi ho hye ade no e Petroleum and I'm starting up to now and one am me
kasinti abrabono and na otena nkrofo chen. So how was it like?
Na ye di nipa chetna no and what say obi be wo e de ne ba be kwa akoma obi say onti ne no akola ne ntina ne e di adwuma en wo say oba ne nye kro be ye si a owo oba tan ni ho a wo be hwa akola no odi ni ma obi a onhwe ni sama odi ni be ye adwuma ehu hia ebi mu odi uko efum e de hwe ni ba odi wo ye adwuma e de hwe ni ma ba wa uti ni nchan omwa ebi na mimi fem otimi ka chrem se o next time ubeko school next year ubeko odi ni sana medinyi wo ni nche e na medi fi ni nche ena misi ba mami ho no na nyaman mi hwa nyaman munye ya doso enti wo say me find me out ena me start e bridguma anyway see am did
actually also mo dos na mo yesen
8
oto oye oto so number
na mami ankasa obaba akodida. And me papa side me na me face. And I was say me na me band no ni nche me am ye face ma me nuanum na was say me so me nkobo me bra and am defi kobo me bra.
To free hona na be share maize na se. Na me pacho e friend is saying na osintie ukotena obi nchen. Ntina wa wo fo no den na ma wo o ma wo like o me de wo koma obi.
Na ne ncha metino no ya mesoa. No ya misu auntie. Me papa sha. Ne mane society me nko kontina ne chena me nko school ni wo ho. Ba ono wan hu ni sa. E no ma me odi ubeko ni sa yeti me ko efoma ye fefoma ni akọ market akoton ade. Ba nu nyina echi no. Wan hu se me yobi a o wo se me nko school. Me tini ncha na mka chen se wo se me nko mi mame ho eno kra no mpese meko enti niama wo sa nko fanja me kwan no wan fanja me kwan eno mame ba mame mo
treatments now will go through no uko inform your parents say na ante ye me say na ante ye me what did they do about it
kan chiro tese mi hu se mi ka chiro mo mbe ka se mi yakola boni enti mi mbo mama ni
ena what no monche
mi swa ba mi kaya mi nya 10 years woni ho asana mi finiche
u finiche na mi friend say when me like we nya 18
na manya 18 eko asana
na do fame na nyama
mi ka kira man for say nyama mi ma fame no mi pese o madam fubi ebe femu na akole bi be femu ntime ya mi hu nkole bi no mu fasa nya mama e ha mi nti atam so mitimi kase o mi wo scan ka meboa ba mi nibi enti mi hu nkola akra no mu nam se omu hu ye fikra na metete na meraho na meti ona misu
anka onde me fa like a treatment ni bia ebiana ayakayaka de na no de ye ono at least uni men share some
ayakayaka de odi fam de bebre o baby ebi mu ya sola no pa ye ndidi wo fie ye mi particular say mi ani braba ba mi ndidi na me de mi efun kom ekwefu mi fefo ni mba ni ma be sian kom market akoton ade meton ade bia no paduane a medi no medi ni ti say 2 3 ansa be ma me aduane di na ye pompa so a wo say menko min be ye aduane wo fie nkola ne ye bibi na enya me kura obe bu mi say me na me ya ade no fa sane amanyine
na nchen na onya 18 plus and na okoye nti ukoye na oba ha say nti
me feel nchen na me ba ma me mo ho ewo nkra
nti weni na esi wen fa
kofobia
nti uba nti waware I want to know waware nkola sign now
me won nkola 5
you've gone through life nti pacho you've gone through life na ni bi ne dey
Na mini be man ya bre enti na me kasa say ya fa nya me bebre mu. Je se me pese sa nyama binum si a me fi say e beti no ankoba ni sa enti ma yekọ obrem ka ebrem ebre up to now me no kasa na yegusu ebre
ebi ne den enna pese me
obre na ebi nim se be pie bisi si akra be bi edi e be ti beto no ye gis nyame adom na obi aboai edi ni baby di amai aya se ebusia akra no asa ebusia ne kra no mum payas se bibi asem asies ne ka mo fi enya se be ma no on fi baby o fi baby no so
ma o feel say bia ma yomo boni ana say e bia na okuna yomo bibi ana say what do you think is the reason
nim nientia esinisa ba nyina mu no de aseda ma nyame say nyame ama yehu san ena ma be musu embui yesi bia no mekita minyanko
ntisia so obi pese oboa o. That's what I'm about to nti man patron ntisia so obi pese oboa o ebia ahoche bia obeda ne niama na where do you want the person to?
Oh no, they boa me bia.
So with the hardship no does it include your mobedi any
no de nyame adom ti me call ba papa de so call ba nti yet me e manage ho.
Pacho papa no ye juma.
Pacho ye cleaner.
Pacho si ofri ebusia kese mu. Like ebusia titru pa nkofo mu. Ofri ebusia ankase ane ye bra we dan ho ye ti baby a almost ye ntu na ye wo UPS eno mbebupu ye nyama nyina ombu ye nyama no e ma nyama mu ye di mai enti baby edi ye ti beto na ye di man e ma nya na minima kola wenyise minima kola nyinsa nti omu pupu ade na fide na ye di mai e chiro no eno kobo omu papa penyama ni okobo omu amane no omu se edan wo fie ba yesi edan ni fie ene odi kopa baby wo omu ejume ene eda ho baby eda ni so no na eyobidie nipa ni so abase e wo se yintu ene etu ye no e wo se ye di nyama ni be kon wo se emfa nko ye enforce emfa nko no di o se onko ena me se me onka me di nkola ni be ko ena me force di nkola ye koye force di nkola ni koye e chire no ena obi bua ese o wanya baby o dodowa e di amai ena sia enti dodowa na me free e di ba. How do you manage because transportation from home to Hase?
Yeah, manage yo.
Bama, was it like this? Mo worry, you know. Na tisana se nanse na bibia sisa ye.
We are na bibia. Yes.
Na efie ne mo ankasa mo de.
Na bibia ye na ye ankasa ye di. Bibia ye na ye ankasa ye we ya bobo. Ho no bi na di asase ni mai na ye bobo kiosk also any team.
Okay, so it was a kiosk. Nti eno na mwatne mo afiti owo nkola ni na. Wow. Then it means abrabo no e sha ase ache like most say mo feel hardship na che. Me dem am sorry. Say mama we su. And Pesa o dey na pesa o ka che obi bi o pesa obo.
Oh. Ni obi bia be de be bo me no mani so. Mini sha meka ba ni obi ade be bo me no mani be so.
Say bia ade we na hu hia me.
Da you say asase o mani beji.
Tisi a wo ha oni e bibia wo de ne wo ma muti beda. Tisi apacho mo wen.
Ye wo dodowa.
Kiosk.
Debi obi aya bebe di amaye. Eno si yenti e wona nipa na asase so. O si yenti.
This is the story of Auntie Dora, and she's appealing to everyone to help her with a place to lay his head because it hasn't been easy for her. So if you would want to reach out to her, you can reach out to us through editor@GhanaWeb.com. Auntie Dora, thank you for speaking with us.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beauty.
This is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It's a national police service here in Canada. Before you become a police in Canada, you have to pass through training here in Regina, Saskatchewan.
So, say hi to my auntie once again. I just met her in town, and today we are going somewhere special. And of course, you all are coming together. I'm excited! This is going to be like my official first tour day here in Saskatchewan. So,
the vacation, her rest day is finished. She rested for few days.
And guys, and it's cold. It's currently about 8 degrees now. This is my outfit for today. Guys, let me know in the comment section, do I look cute? I feel cute though. So let's go. Hey auntie, where are we going?
We're going to the RCMP depot.
Okay.
So the RCMP is Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Okay.
And they are the Federal Police of Canada. So their training depot is in Regina, Saskatchewan.
So everybody who is a police will pass through this.
A federal police will pass through this city. That's where they will have their training. Where we are driving through, this is our Mosaic Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the home for our football club.
Oh wow.
Their Canadian football club. They are called the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. So this is their home. That's their national stadium. So that's it.
It's so beautiful.
So,
wow.
Yeah, so that's our Mosaic Stadium.
Wow.
The home of the Riders.
We are currently
at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Depot. It was established in 1920. Any police you see in Canada has passed through these training grounds. Some of the duties of an RCMP officer is to prevent and solve crimes, enforce federal law, build and maintain relationships with communities, and keep Canadians safe. Gift shop here at the depot.
This is a replica of an RCMP woman.
Yeah, I realized they give them some gifts. So they have things you can get for a family member or a friend. This is cute.
So that's a typical RCMP vehicle, the police vehicle. So that's a replica one.
So beautiful. Like handcuffs and here where the boots for the police.
And also 80% of what we do is the boots.
Okay.
So in week 7 when you go through, you're fit with your boots. So we either stretch them to fit each individual or we cut them back to fit each individual. So if we stretch them, we soak them in here, and then we use a series of blocks and wedges like this to wedge them open to the size we need.
I see.
See, yeah, and so
like this.
So every time you have 2 of anything, they're a little different. Right.
I get to hold an officer's boot.
Right here.
Yes.
And I really like the leather quality.
I know, it's such a good quality with leather.
Now the original boots, right? They're not. They're all leather, but they look. There's no dimension to them. And as you can see by those or anything that's been polished already, like these are a good example because this is one of the guys in drill.
Yeah, they do it right.
So they look, 3-dimensional as opposed to just being, like you said, matte or flat.
Flat.
So how many boots are you entitled to here?
As many as you want.
How many do you have?
I have one.
One?
My original pair. Yes, 25. Got it. 25 years. Got it. Still got it.
The place is really huge, and I've been walking for quite some time now.
So this is the headquarters.
Yeah.
The headquarters?
Yeah, okay.
The headquarters.
Okay. So we are going inside the headquarters. And yeah. It's currently fall, so you'll notice most of the trees look like this, and the leaves are all over.
So this is called star blanket. So a star blanket is very unique to the indigenous people. So when an indigenous person gives you a star blanket, that means you're very unique. Yeah, I mean, it's an honor.
Flag for Saskatchewan, so you got the 3.
So you have the 3 wheat.
Yes.
So those wheat represent Saskatchewan.
The 3 wheat.
Yeah. So because Saskatchewan grows grains, So when you see Saskatchewan, anything Saskatchewan, you see the beads.
Okay. Thank you so much for the tour.
Oh, you're very welcome.
We needed access to be able to explore this place, and
That's right. Otherwise, security would have stopped.
Exactly. So I wanted to say thank you. We are about to enter the museum, which is right behind us, and we still have our visitors card. So we are going to use that to visit the museum. So let's go, guys. So these are the ceremonial attires each one wears.
We are currently at the RCMP Heritage Center. You get to explore the history of the RCMP from the formation of the Northwest Mounted Police, which was in 1873, to a modern day stories of the RCMP through a variety of traditional informative exhibits. This place is currently operated by a non-profit organization. It's a well-curated collection with many examples from former RCMP members, like the medals, weapons, uniforms, and all the equipment they used in the past.
Everything represented here looks so real. Like the horse behind me looks like a real horse. Wow. And yeah, this is how it looks. This is more like an audio room where they explain everything here. So when you sit, you can hear it coming from the speaker here. And you just sit and listen to the history of Canada. It's a beautiful place, I must say. So in all, I would say it was a lovely experience here. There's a lot of history to learn here. Make it a point to visit whenever you are in Saskatchewan. I recommend this place. It's a beautiful experience.
So this is a TP. So a TP is mainly it's a ceremonial hat or something for the indigenous people. That's where they do go in and do their ceremonies. And
is it usually small or is very big?
No, teepees are huge.
They are huge. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
teepees are very, because this is a display teepee, but typically that's how a teepee looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they are very huge and tall. So yeah, you can get into it and yeah.
It costs $10 to be able to access the museum, but it was such an enlightening time here at the museum. Guys, let me know in the comment section, would you visit this place on your next visit in Saskatchewan? Let me know. You know how I was struggling to mention Saskatchewan, but now it's
Saskatchewan.
now I'm getting used to it. I'm becoming a pro, you know. So yeah, let me know in the comment section, did you enjoy watching this video? Let me know. Let me know. So we are done with the tour. It's time to return our visitors pass and head back. So this is how it looks like from here. It's so beautiful and I really like the weather. I came at a perfect time, not winter, not summer, but fall. So guys, let me know in the comment section, did you enjoy watching this video? Did you find this video educative? Let me know in the comment section. Until next time on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Much love from Saskatchewan here in Canada. Let's go. I love you all. Much love. Mwah.